looking to invade Albany, plunder, pillage, and perhaps steal their first win of the season. And welcome everybody. Oh, we got a pause there. Yeah. Okay.
Good.
From the Good Life City, Albany, Georgia, we are live from the Coliseum on the campus of Albany State University as the Golden Rams, who are 3-0 in SIAC play in a dead heat for another conference title, get set to host Marauders of Central State University, who in true Marauder form are looking to invade Albany, plunder, pillage, and perhaps steal their first conference win of the season. And welcome everybody to our coverage on HBCU Plus. Charles Ward alongside Dwayne Walker with the play call. Glad you could join us. And Dwayne, as we talk about the start of this ball game, one team headed in a better direction than the other. But it didn't start out that way at the beginning of the season.
No, ironically, Charles, both teams got off to very different starts. For Central State, they opened up the season with a stunning victory over Mississippi Valley State at Chicago Classic. Then you take a look at the other side, Albany State, they lost their first two games of the season, but have stormed back with three victories in a row, but most importantly, all SIAC wins.
Stage is set. One team trying to stop a four-game skid. The other one trying to press the gas pedal to keep going toward an SIAC title. We'll start the engines right after this.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
One more time? Yeah, one more time.
Okay. From the Good Life City, Albany, Georgia, we are live from the Coliseum on the campus of Albany State University as the Golden Rams, who are 3-0 in SIAC play, and a dead heat for another conference title, get set to host the Marauders of Central State University, who in true Marauder fashion are looking to invade Albany, plunder, pillage, and perhaps steal their first conference win of the season. And welcome everybody to our coverage on HBCU Plus. Charles Ward alongside Dwayne Walker with the play call. Glad you could join us. And Walker, as we start talking about today's ball game, two teams that are heading in different directions as it relates to conference play. But it didn't start out that way.
Ironically, both teams started in very different fashions. For Central State, they began the year with a stunning upset over Mississippi Valley State. However, they lost four games on a string. Switch to the other side, where Albany State, they started the year out with two successive losses to
Wingate.
Wingate and Valdosta. But most importantly, they won three games in a row in the SIAC.
So one team looking to keep its feet on the pedal and stay in contention for the SIAC crown. The other trying to pump the brakes to stop a four-game losing skid. We'll start the engines for this football game after this timeout.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah. You can give it.
You can look at me a little bit, man.
I'm gonna engage with you, man. I'm gonna
You are focused on it.
I'm gonna engage with you. I got you.
So basically, you're listening. So you want to show you're listening to Charles. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So
pretend
so
like I'm paying attention.
Right.
Can we do it one more time?
Yeah.
Sure.
So, all right, guys. And 5, 4, 3, 2.
From the Good Life City, Albany, Georgia, we are live from the Coliseum on the campus of Albany State University as the Golden Rams, who are 3-0 in SIAC play and in a dead heat for another conference title, get set to host the Marauders of Central State University, who in true Marauder fashion are looking to invade Albany, plunder, pillage, and perhaps steal their first conference win of the season. And welcome everybody to our coverage on HBCU Plus. Charles Ward alongside Dwayne Walker with the play call. Glad you could join us. And Walker, as we talk about these two teams in today's ball game, both of them at points in the season where they really didn't start out, one in a better direction than the other.
Well, both teams, they started out very differently. For Central State, they opened the season with a stunning victory over Mississippi Valley State, but they've lost 4 games on a string. Switch to the other side to Albany State. They lost their first 2 games of the season, one to Wingate and again to Valdosta State, but more importantly, they won 3 games in a row, all in the SIAC.
So one team looking to press the metal of the gas pedal to keep in contention for the SIAC title, while the other is looking to pump the brakes on a 4-game losing streak. We'll start the engines for this football game after this timeout. All right, I'll get through there.
We can, no problem.
We'll get perfect when it's time.
Hey, we need to put these suit jackets on and have you record that, or does it mess you up to do it that way? It does. Okay, no problem. All right, no problem. We good.
Y'all will be fine.
Yeah. I think I'm comfortable enough.
And then
Here we go, Charlie.
It won't be on y'all the whole time, so we'll show some shots of the players. So if you fumble or stumble, it's okay.
Sure. Okay.
Just don't feel like we're gonna be on you the whole time.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So we'll open with you when you do the welcome. We'll kind of have you guys engaged, and then we'll show a couple of shots of the field. Come back to you guys.
Okay.
It'll be nice and relaxed.
I know you can fix it.
Yeah.
Ironically, both teams got to begin the season. Central State Sun. Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
I need to put some tape down for you.
Wait. Right here.
And then when you guys wrap up, you pull all this out, plug in headsets.
Okay.
So all this will be out of
Hey, do me a favor. Pay that tape.
Pre-game. Which one?
Not you. The tape. The tape.
Right there. Be able to see it.
Ooh.
Take it.
Yep.
You need some help or you got it?
Yeah.
Got it.
Oh yeah, that's good. As they get set to host the Marauders of Central State University. From the Good Life City, Albany, Georgia, we are live from the Coliseum on the campus of Albany State University as the Golden Rams, who are 3-0 in SIAC play and in contention for the conference title, get set to host the Marauders of Central State University, who in true Marauder fashion are looking to invade Albany, plunder, pillage, and perhaps steal their first conference win of the season. And welcome everybody to our coverage on HBCU Plus. Charles Ward alongside Dwayne Walker with the play call. Glad you could join us. And Dwayne, as we enter week 5 of the SIAC season, we find two teams that are headed in different directions during the campaign.
Ironically, both teams, Charles, started the season in very different fashions. For Central State, they stunned Mississippi Valley State at the Chicago Classic, but unfortunately, they've lost 4 games in a row. On the other side, Albany State, they started the season with 2 losses, one to Wingate and again to Valdosta State, but they reeled off 3 wins in a row, but most importantly, all in the SIAC.
So now we have one team looking to keep his feet on the gas pedal to stay in contention for the SIAC title, and another trying to pump the brakes on a 4-game losing skid. We'll start our engines for this football game after this timeout.
This is how it starts. With the 2023 McDonald's Change Leaders. 10 young black visionaries who've started something legendary. They're challenging what you think you know. They're speaking up, showing up, and loving up on our communities. Because they know when you start something, you can change everything. Meet the 2023 McDonald's Change Leaders. Find out what they're up to at mcdchangeleaders.com.
This is it. Our last night sharing a room. Tomorrow, we'll be in our new home.
They told you buying a home would take years, but didn't help you start. Still, you kept trying.
You'll have a yard to play in, a place to dream.
Hope makes it happen. With tailored mortgage solutions, Hope Credit Union makes home ownership happen for thousands of people, regardless of income or credit. Brighter futures begin with Hope.
Car designers can shape a piece of clay into a piece of art. So why don't they? At Nissan, things are different. They design cars that look like swords. Gladiators. The future. Or, wow. Nissan knows what thrill looks like. Because they design it into every car they make.
And we're back live at the Coliseum on the campus of Albany State University as the Golden Rams get set to meet the Marauders of Central State in SIAC action. And Dwayne, as we talk about the start of this ball game, let's quickly look at the CDW impact players of the ball game.
Okay, Charles, first for Central State, running back Cass Dina. He ranks 5th in the SIAC in rushing and can catch the football as well. He has 2 receiving touchdowns this season. The other impact player for the Marauders is defensive back Dominic Davis. He is a legitimate ball hawk. Last week he was the SIAC Defensive Player of the Week and leads the team in tackles for loss and sacks. For the Albany State Golden Rams, expect impact performances from quarterback Deontay Banu. He was an all-SIAC second-team performer coming into the season, even though he was beaten out by the injured Isaiah Knowles, who last week, he was the SIAC Offensive Player of the Week. ASU will need a clutch performance from Banu today. On defense, the Golden Rams will be led by their enforcer, Jalen Mitchell, who leads the team in tackles and also has recorded an interception this campaign.
There you have it, the CDW impact players for this football game between Marauders of Central State and the Golden Rams of Albany State. We'll take a time out here and back with more pregame activity at HBCU Plus.
Welcome back to Earth.
Thanks, it was pretty life-changing.
Dude, it was 8.5 minutes.
I didn't even get to finish my burrito.
Technology lets you vacation in space, but to get work done on Earth, you need more than technology. You need CDW.
So with the Cisco hybrid work environment, we can deliver the same network experience to all your offices. Space spaghetti. Securely connecting your team from anywhere.
Houston, we have a solution.
We get it, Greg. You've been to space.
Cisco makes hybrid work possible. CDW makes it powerful.
I'm a millionaire. I'm not a millionaire? I'm a millionaire? I'm not a millionaire.
Crypto is complicated, but as a tax expert with crypto experience, you can hand your taxes off to me. You do your thing, we've got your taxes. Intuit, TurboTax Live.
Back live here at the Coliseum at Albany State University. Golden Rams hosting the Marauders of Central State. And Dwayne, we referenced it in our open about some driving factors. Let's look at something serious now about the Nissan keys to the game.
All right, let's jiggle it just a little bit, Charles. For the Central State Marauders, 99.5 won't do. That means their offense can't stall out. They must consistently move the football and put it in the end zone. Number 2, they got to show up and show out. CSU's defensive backs must shut down the Albany State passing attack. In fact, all of the Golden Rams' touchdowns this season have been via the pass. And number 3, don't harm ourselves. The Marauders have to minimize the mistakes and penalties. So far, they're averaging almost 10 penalties per contest, which on average have set them back a total of 85 yards, 15 more than their opponents. Keys for the homestanding Albany State Golden Rams? No rest for the weary. Despite the fact their starting quarterback Isaiah Knowles is out with an injury, that means everyone else has to pick up the slack, and it will all start with quarterback Deontay Banu. Number 2, be special on special teams. Preseason All-SIAC performer Rashad Jordan had a 96-yard kick return called back last week against Kentucky State. They'll need a big performance from him this afternoon. I predict he might pop one. And finally, the third key is simple. Hold the line, win the game. Albany State must control the offensive line of scrimmage, and it starts up front with SIAC performer, All-SIAC performer, Josh Simon. Those are the Nissan keys to the game for both of these teams, Charles.
And we are getting set for the kickoff here at the Coliseum. The Golden Rams will kick it away as the Marauders of Central State will be on offense first here inside the Coliseum. For the Marauders of Central State, a noted change coming into their lineup. Alex Lewis won't be starting at quarterback for them. It'll be Brandon Kiles getting the start at quarterback for the Marauders of Central State. We'll see what that transaction does for them starting out in this football game in terms of them going with a different quarterback as well.
Charles, beautiful afternoon for football, I might say. When we drove in, man, 80 degrees, sunny skies, beautiful atmosphere.
And indeed it is. It is Breast Cancer Awareness Day here and Teacher Appreciation Day here at Albany State. Brown gets set to kick it. And it'll come down near the 3-yard line. On the return, it's Kennebrew. Kennebrew works it left side, hit there near the 15, and knocked off his feet at the 16-yard line.
Well, the Albany State Golden Rams, they come out, they try to set the tone on special teams, delivering a big hit there. Modest return on that play of, see where they'll spot that football, Charles, at the 16-yard line. So give them 13 yards on that return.
Yeah, that's where they'll start it. And to your early point about to be special on special teams, we've seen some of that already from the Golden Rams on that first return. So football from the 16-yard line, first play of the ball game for the Marauders at Central State. Short drop across the middle, got a man in or out there. Catch going to be made by Brock. Brock, one of the leading receivers for the Marauders with the first grab of the ball game, good enough for the Marauder first down.
Caught 10 receptions last week, Charles.
They try to go early here from the 29-yard line after the first down pickup by Brock on the catch. Brock, with 29 receptions on the season, came into the ball game 5th in the conference. Keeping the football left side with some space there is Kiles, the 6'2", 210 sophomore for the Marauders. Pickup of about 4 left side on the carry.
Kiles was a transfer out of Buena Vista University, getting some much-needed action. He played a lot in last week's game. Unfortunately, it was a loss, but he received significant time last week. as did all three quarterbacks, Charles.
Yep. Had a three-man rotation last week in an effort to win, but came up short against the Golden Bears. Pass out in the flats. They got it in the hands of Brock. Brock wrapped up immediately by a smothering Golden Rams defense near the initial line of scrimmage.
And unfortunately, we looked like we might have an injured player in that play. Randy Fillingame came up a little bit slowly as we take a look at that replay, trying to get the football in space to Brock, but Fillingame does a nice job of filling that space and providing the tackle.
Third down play here for the Marauders, their first possession of the ball game. Passing situation. Kyle's going to be sacked by that pressure defense of the Golden Rams.
Maurice McDonald, the product out of Houston, Texas. He's a grad student, making that tackle for loss, bringing up fourth down.
So good effort by the Golden Rams dirty blue defense. And the Marauders will have to punt it away. Albany State with their first chance to handle the football.
Their co-defensive coordinators for the Dirty Blue, Chris Cash and Matt Brown, they've done an outstanding job so far this season.
A short punt, fielded at the 41-yard line. Working it right side as Jordan's got some room at the corner. Turns it out of bounds in Marauders territory for the first possession for Albany State.
There's that guy we talked about as far as our keys to the game. Needs some big returns by Rashad Jordan. Had a 96-yarder called back because of a penalty in last week's win.
Certainly watching him on special teams, but he is a wonder to behold from his wideout spot as well. Leads the team with 19 receptions for 291 yards coming into today's ball game. It's 10th in the SIAC in receptions.
15 yards on that return, Charles, after a 33-yard punt.
Deontay Banu, second team all-conference coming into the preseason. Handling the snaps for the Golden Rams. Isaiah Knowles injured, out for a reported 2 to 3 weeks after a shoulder injury last weekend. Dorsey slides to the line at the bottom of the screen. Banu with his first pass attempt. He'll tuck it and run with it. Banu with a nice decision there. Got it past the 40-yard line, inside the 40, down near the 38-yard line.
Nice job by Deontay Banu. Offensive coordinator Dazzy Morris, he likes having the quarterback run on the first play of the game, second consecutive game that we've seen that. Knowles started it out last week with a sizable run.
Golden Rams with that tempo offense from the 38 of Central State. On the ground. Right side with the football. Nice job there by Gaines. Gaines breaks it inside, third level of that Marauder defense, inside of the 10-yard line.
Fantastic. Just a 32-yard scamper by the running back, Frederick Gaines, a 5'9 freshman out of Jacksonville, Florida.
Gaines with 91 yards on 18 carries last weekend. His first offering on the ground here is good for the first inside of the 10. Golden Rams 33-27 winners over the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State last weekend. Trying to punch in their first score of this ball game. Whistles and a flag at the line. That one likely against the Golden Rams.
That's what you don't want, Charles. Coach Gray, I'm sure, will be upset if this is against the offense.
Golden Rams coming in today's play sixth in the conference in penalties. Total of 36 for 324 yards. It's about 64 yards in penalties per contest.
Charles, that'll move the Golden Rams back to the 12-yard line. And so far this year in red zone score opportunities, they are 11 of 18 on the season.
Janad Thomas joins Banu in the backfield now. Three receivers at the bottom of the screen. Banu going to try to tuck and run back up to the middle of the field with the carry. Just outside of the 10-yard line, down at about the 10.5.
The man that stopped him on that play, Dominic Davis, the All-SIAC Defensive Player of the Week. He, as I mentioned before, is that ball hawk. He is all over the field.
Davis third in the conference in tackles for loss with 13.5 coming into today's ball game. Third in sacks as well.
Beyond checked out, Charles.
On the ground, they fake it on the keeper there, and a flag coming in, likely going to be a face mask there. Jadon Sullivan substituting into that lineup at quarterback for the Golden Rams. So Sullivan carrying it left side, faked it to Thomas, who was headed right side. And a face mask likely the call here against the Marauders.
Okay, there you heard it. Referee Clee Sellers says that there was no foul in the play. There could have been some discrepancy of whether or not he grabbed him by the shoulder pads or not, as we take a look at that replay.
Not so much of a discrepancy on the replay. No flag, though. So third down, goal to go, just outside the 12. Golden Rams trying to notch the first score of the contest. 10:20 remains, first quarter of play from the Coliseum. This is Thomas in motion right side. Pitch out in the flats to him there. Bobble the football. It's loose on the surface. Incomplete pass.
Oh, Charles, I think they blew that one prematurely. Charles, I don't think the football ever hit the ground. I don't believe the football ever hit the ground as Jaleel Lenore, the linebacker out of Arkansas Pine Bluff, the transfer. Watch this. Let's see. The ball hits. Buttocks, legs, that's an interception, Charles. That one should have been a touchdown, back the other way. That football never hit the ground, and the referees, in my opinion, the officials blew that one down a little too prematurely.
The Golden Rams get a big break there on the call. Instead, they'll come on now with Eli Mashburn, the senior, to try to connect from 30 yards away on a field goal. Bobbled on the snap. They got it airborne. And Mashburn knocks it through for the Golden Rams. So they get the first score of the ball game on the field goal from 30 yards away by Eli Mashburn. He was perfect on the season up until last weekend field goals, but he got the three-pointer here from 30. So Albany State with the 3-0 lead over the Marauders after a big break on that call.
Now, listen, Charles, that's just from our vantage point, and of course, a little bit later, we'll take a look at the replay and find out. But I don't believe the football ever hit the ground. And in that situation, if the officials blow the whistle down sooner rather than later, that kills the play.
Well, you had a contingent from Central State as you look at the replay.
See, from my vantage point, that football never hit the ground. And Jaleel Lenore very alertly picked that football up and was en route to running it back for a touchdown. As you see some of the players from Central State saying, hey, what gives?
Sure. Everybody on that sideline recognizing or thinking that it was an interception. 3 points instead for the Golden Rams of Albany State. They lead it over the Marauders of Central State. Central State at 1-4 on the campaign, looking for their first conference win. Golden Rams a perfect 3-0 in SIAC play, 3-2 overall. Short kick, it'll bounce near the 18-yard line, picked up there. And advancing it near the 30-yard line is where the Marauders will start on offense. As they unpile it there, the return was by
Washington. E.J. Wash.
Engineering major from Rancho Cucamonga, California.
Let's see where they're going to place this football, Charles. I see the sticks at the 30-yard line, but the players are at the 35. Yes. Okay, now they make the adjustment.
Yeah, Central State trying to advance that thing on their own.
Our linesman
just put it in front of us, right?
Right.
It'll be the 30-yard line is where they'll start the offense. Kyles with the snap. Ball fake. They go on the ground. Right side with some space. As that Dina, that's Dina on that carry, his first of the ball game for the Marauders. And Casimir Dina, the senior, picks up a healthy 8 yards on the carry.
Amon Ross, the spur for that ASU defense on the tackle. We'll call his name a lot this afternoon, Charles.
Flores in motion, now circles back the other way. Rolling that way. Across the middle, Flores with a good route there for the Marauders. Behind the sticks for a first down near midfield before they push him back. So Flores finding a spot in that secondary, sitting down and waiting on the pass from Kyles, who delivered.
10-yard completion. I like the pace, that this tempo that this offense is going at right now, Charles.
Here's Kyles again, this time trying to go up top. Flores broke his route off. Pass goes incomplete.
Miscommunication there, Charles.
Gibson on the coverage for the Golden Rams.
And, Charles, we'll get our first look at Xavier Price, the running back from Washington, D.C., his first bit of action this afternoon.
It'll come on a second down effort from the 48. On the ground, Cowles tried to keep it, didn't fool anybody in the Coliseum. Golden Rams just smothering him near the 42.
Not at all. Speaking of 42, number 42, Roderick Welsh, the 6'1 junior out of Jonesboro, who ironically has 2.5 sacks on the season, will get credit for one there.
Yeah. Came in with 5 tackles on the campaign and picked up his that's number 3.5 on the tackle for the loss for him. Good job on the surge.
Derek Drayton also there on that tackle. Give him a half a sack each.
Third down, 15 now for Central State. They're backpedaling a little bit after a good start. Kyles with the snap. Got some time this time. Now they flush him right side. He'll tuck it and run past midfield. Jumps over one would-be tackler. Got it down near the 42-yard line. He's going to be awfully close to that first down marker, Walker.
Fillingame was saying, where did he go? Where did he go from the Albany State Golden Rams defense? He had him lined up on a string. Then next thing you know, watch this hurdle right here. Whoops.
Up and
Athletic,
over.
Yes. Enough for a first down, Charles.
Kyles doing it with the legs. On the ground, this time to carry by Price. Price got some room. Third wave of the defense works his way maybe inside the red zone. Yeah, they're going to put him out at the 19.
Yes, 23-yard scamper there by Zabe Price. Once again, Charles, loving this tempo of the Central State Marauders offense, and it's causing mayhem for the Albany State Golden Rams defense, so much so that they're forced to call a timeout.
Indeed, you expect to see that from Albany State in terms of forcing the timeout because they go up-tempo as well, but the pace by the Marauders really favoring their offense at this point.
Give credit to offensive coordinator Buddy Blevins for having the know-for-all to pick up this pace like this.
We had a chance to talk to Coach Gray a couple of weeks ago before we did a ball game with him, talking about him coming out of that Gulf Coast offense at Florida A&M where he has a couple of passing records down there, and asked him if that was an influence on the offense here at Albany State. He said, they're very similar, but our offense here at Albany State is tempo to help us establish the run versus Gulf Coast, which was just strictly pass.
No question about it. And Charles, I'm anxious to see if the Central State Marauders will take a shot at the end zone right here because they've got Albany State on their heels right now. Let's see if they try to take a shot to Flores in the corner.
And what did Coach Porter tell us in our pregame talk with him? They have got to finish with touchdowns.
Yes.
We'll see if they do it here. With 7:25 left first quarter, trailing it 3-0 to the Golden Rams. Marauders just inside the red zone.
Looking to show blitz here.
They're going for it to the end zone. Cut the route off to the inside, and the pass thrown to the outside for an interception. My, oh, my.
That obviously was not the decision as Jalen Mitchell, the senior, the redshirt season out of Jackson, Florida, making that interception.
Yes.
And for him, his second of the year.
Indeed. Leads the teams in tackles, but a good play there by Mitchell in the end zone. But that one really created by the miscue between the quarterback and the receiver. That route broke off to the inside.
He was trying to go to Jeremy Flores, like I said, Jeremiah Flores. And as you said, instead of taking the fade, he turned in, and Mitchell was waiting right there for his second interception of the campaign. And Charles, we highlighted him as one of our impact players this afternoon, and he's making an immediate impact.
Indeed, that's a momentum buster there for the Marauders. Golden Rams with the football now. We go down to 7:12 remaining first quarter of play from the Coliseum on the campus of Albany State University. Golden Rams with a 3-0 lead. Deontay Banu handling the signal calls for the Golden Rams on this sunny afternoon in Albany.
And Charles, that goes directly against one of our keys that we'll talk about today about how this Central State offense could not be stunted. They needed to finish.
Pierce joins Banu in the backfield. He'll handle the football left side, trying to get to the corner, but a wrapped up, nice defensive effort at the sideline there. There you go again. Dominique Davis just leading that surge for the Marauders.
Listen, Dominique is dominating, and he has high energy, high octane. He's bouncing all over the field making plays.
Junior transfer from Lenore Ryan.
That's a loss on that play, Charles.
That'll make it second down and 11, or third and 11 now for the Golden Rams. Now, all not lost here for the Marauders. If they can hold the Golden Rams on this third down play and force a punt, they may get it with some decent field position. But Gilbert Brown leads the conference in punting. Banu now trying to step past the defense, slides and passes across the middle. Catch going to be made there by Javian Jackson, and Jackson works it up past the 40 to the 42.
Javian Jackson, Action Jackson, you might as well call him. 24 yards on that pass reception. He caught a couple of touchdowns in last week's victory, Charles.
41 and 35-yard touchdown receptions by Jackson over the Thoroughbreds last weekend. That was his 12th catch of the campaign. That one good for the first down. Banu fires again on another crossing route. This time it's Dorsey. Dorsey with about a 7-yard pickup on the catch. Tempo for the Golden Rams.
Looks like the Golden Rams are trying to flip the script, taking a page from the Marauders right now.
Indeed, they are. They are moving the football. Now they face a second down and about 3 as we approach 5:05 remaining in the first quarter. Golden Rams with the 3-0 lead. This is Jordan in motion, right side. On the ground, they keep it. Gaines got some room, puts his head down, barrels past the 40, down to the 38. Football came loose, but they'll rule that one down at the 39.
Yeah, they'll rule it down, but not before a 14-yard gain by the freshman. And the Golden Rams are on the football again, Charles, with a fresh set of downs.
Quick pass, Dorsey in the flats. Dorsey got a block in front of him and works his way to the 34-yard line.
Charles, they didn't even have an opportunity to set the chains before they got that offense moving right there.
They are moving quickly out there. On the ground again. Gaines got some room, bumps off of one tackler, lost the football, but he'll be ruled down again, this time at the 31-yard line.
Yeah, impressive job, however, by this Central State Marauder defense coming up and challenging that play.
Yeah, Central State's wash on that play for the Marauders on the inside. But they are having to make some quick adjustments defensively because their Golden Rams are throwing a lot of different looks at him right now. Banu, short drop, here comes the pressure. They'll flush him right side, can't pull him down. He raises, fires through it beyond the intended receiver down near the 10. Had a couple of receivers in the route down there. And Banu not able to get it to either of them.
Charles, he was trying to tether that football to Xavier Herndon, the 6'4 target, the redshirt sophomore out of Norcross, Georgia. He did an excellent job of avoiding the rush. Carlos Carter, the defensive back, had an opportunity to grasp him, but missed on his opportunity.
Bring up 4th down and 2 for the Golden Rams from the 30. On a movement up front, they're going to likely get these 5 yards free. It'll be enough for the first down after the movement up front by the Marauders. And to the point again of Coach Porter, penalties.
No question about it. We talked about how they have to minimize the mistakes, as we hear from referee Clee Sellers.
Thirteenth in the conference in penalties, and you talked about it. Don't harm ourselves, and they do it right there to give up the first down to the Golden Rams.
They give up 85 yards in penalties per game. That's 15 more than their opponents.
3:25 left, first quarter of action. 3-0 lead for the Golden Rams just outside of the red zone at the 26 of the Marauders. Banu with the snap, looks, fires, got a man there. Catch made at the sideline by William McDonald. McDonald with the grab up near the 16. Had a chance to watch McDonald warm up in the pregame activities for the Golden Rams. Showed some very steady hands in the warm-up session, and is rewarded there with his first catch of the ball game.
Well, old McDonald had a catch, E-I-E-I-O, 16.
I like that. This is Frederick. Frederick down near the end zone. Did he get in? Touchdown, Golden Rams.
Pressure busts pipes, and that's what the ASU offense, the Albany State offense, did on that drive. They forced the issue, and end result is a touchdown.
They don't lock up gains, and the freshman able to keep his feet going, worked it way and got it into the end zone for the touchdown.
Nice downfield blocking by the wide receiver, McDonald. The interior line also getting in on that play.
So the Golden Rams now with Mashburn on to try the point after movement up front by the Marauders once again. Let's see if they were drawn off that time. And that got the crowd here on Breast Cancer Awareness Day going here at Alumni Coliseum Stadium. That was offside against the Marauders is the call. Such a wonderful place for college football here at the Coliseum. Kind of sits down in a little bowl.
Oh, yeah.
And the crowd noise just reverberates inside. Mashburn got the snap and the kick, and Mashburn knocks it through for Albany State. So they build their lead now to 10-0 after an impressive drive with the football.
And Charles, it's amazing how our keys are coming together that we highlighted at the beginning of the game. We talked about how the Albany State Golden Rams had to establish that run and control the offensive line of scrimmage led by Josh Simon, their all preseason SIAC performer, and they did just that. And a net result, Charles, in 5 games, this is the 6th game of the season. Believe it or not, it's the first rushing touchdown all season by the Albany State Golden Rams.
Indeed, you're right. They were definitely touchdown heavy as relates to passing, but trying to get that balance is what they're scoring with today to equalize things out. They get the first one on the ground.
And we see the band is into it. Celebratory mood here, Charles. I know we're celebrating Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and I love how the pink plays off of the Golden Rams uniform. You see them with the socks and the armbands and et cetera.
Sure.
And
absolutely.
the gloves.
It's also Teacher Awareness Day here at Albany State University. I know you are a teacher, and I know you're going to be happy that they are appreciating. Short kick. This one's going to bounce it, and it's loose on the surface. We'll see who unpiles and comes away with a football there, but that was mishandled from the very get-go on the intended return. Not sure if that was Kennebrew trying to grab it initially for Central State.
We try to muscle our cameras in there to get a look at who has the football. I believe the Marauders have recovered the football. I believe Kennebrew recovered his miscue.
Yeah, he did. The sophomore from Louisville, Kentucky, able to hang on to it.
You know, there's
not by much though, Walk.
You know, there's a bunch of Kennebrews on this squad. I wonder, I'm going to take a long shot. I wonder if anyone is related to former Cincinnati Bengal Larry Kennebrew. Remember the running back Larry Kennebrew? This is going back in the day. But I believe there are 3 Kennebrews on this Central State Marauders squad.
Well, you know, we have some very smart listeners out there that know college football history.
Okay. How can they reach us?
Give them your Twitter. Pass floated out the flats, and it's beyond Dina and incomplete. But you're right, that roster is replete with Kennebrews on there. At least 3 just on a quick survey here.
Yeah, Larry played with, I know Cincinnati was one of the teams, and I believe he played with my beloved Buffalo Bills as well at some point.
Incomplete pass makes it 2nd down, and it takes us to 2:41 remaining first quarter. 10-0 lead for Albany State. Kyles with the drop, ball fake, now fires up the field. Got a man there stretching out for it, can't pull it in, was Brandon Brock. That one just shot high by Kyles. Brock open in the secondary.
Yeah, well, we have this old adage, Charles, if it hits your hand, you should have made the catch. And although it wasn't pinpoint accurate, you expect Brandon to come down with that football. I think he thought he was going to get smacked by the secondary as those ribs were exposed.
3rd down for the Marauders. Trying to set a screen. They do it a comeback, and that one's batted out of the air.
And you know who?
That's Marlon Pollock.
There you go.
On the defensive effort for the Golden Rams.
Either Pollock or Pugh. Is that jersey tucked in? That might be Pugh. That might be Pugh, Charles. I believe it was. I think part of his.
Yeah, let's see if we can get it at sideline here. It's just difficult to tell. You're right, it is Pugh.
I think
That's 9.
I think his, no offense. I think his belly kind of squished that 0 together. Made it look like a 0.
That's fashionable in football. You can have a little bit of belly. Right?
Hey, you can. Listen, man, Jalen Pugh last week in the victory, he had a return for a touchdown, a fumble return for a touchdown covering 33 yards.
Chier is now trying to punt it away. Just got it away. Football going to be fielded there on the run. That's Jackson. Jackson breaks it right side. Got some room at the corner. And finally caught up with, but not until he gets it near the 27-yard line on an outstanding return by Javian Jackson right side.
Yes, sir. 39 yards on that punt, but an even better return. He'll be credited with, 35 yards on that return. And, Charles, that was one of our points that we talked about, points of emphasis again.
Sure.
We said the special teams need to be special.
So far.
And they have been so far.
Indeed. Great run there by Jackson to really set the offense up with 2:19 left in this first quarter of play.
Wow, who came up with those keys?
That one straight from the coach's mouth. Coach Quinn Gray knowing his team and what they need to do to win. 1st and 10. Banu drops the pocket, looking, flushes him right side, and he get him down near the 29-yard line, loss of a couple on that play.
Mean intentions by that Central State Marauders defense. Mike White, the all-SIAC performer, didn't play last week because of injury. As I mentioned, 6'1". He's a sophomore out of Springfield, Ohio. And he's coming in with bad intentions.
First team all-conference player for the Marauders. Minute 46 left, first quarter of action. 10-0 lead for the Golden Rams. Golden Rams trying to remain in contention for that SIAC crown. Banu with a short drop, pressure again. They'll get a sack on him again.
Guess who?
Pressure at that corner.
Mr. Bad Intentions.
You just called his name.
We'll be calling his name other times this afternoon, Charles. He is a force to be reckoned with.
Mike White on that play as well. Backpedaling are the Golden Rams, back now to the 34-yard line of the Marauders, and we push our way down to 1:09 left, first quarter. Third down play here for Albany State.
14 sacks now on the season by this Marauders team.
Slots either side for Banu. Second team all-conference preseason player takes a snap, fires, threw a dart there near the 18-yard line, and catch made there by Rashad Jordan, the senior.
Jordan did a nice job of finding the hole there in between the two defenders to make the reception. Still short, Charles, of a first down. It's 4th down and short.
Yeah, no question about this. We've seen Coach Gray and the offense go for it in this situation. Got a 10-point lead here.
And they've been very proficient so far this season, Charles. 65% proficiency on the year on 4th down situations.
Gaines joins Banu in the backfield.
9 of 14.
Banu rolls left side, raises to the end zone. Got a man there and threw a pick at the 3. Interception there by they say ruled it out of bounds. Head linesman's coming in at the back of that play and saying, no, he didn't have it on the playing surface.
Montego Johnson saying, say it ain't so.
Sure.
Say it ain't so. But, hey, listen, but that's a good piece of refereeing, Charles. As the H came back, that's Lion Britton to make that call. Let's see as we look at the replay. Can't see it from that vantage point.
May be able to get it from here, though.
Let's take another. Banu looks, he throws. Let's see. Does he get 1 foot down?
Oh.
Ooh. Charles, I got to say something, Charles. It looked to me like he got that down, Charles.
Yeah.
Herman Lewis was the closest to it and made the call, but he was overruled by Lion Britton.
Here comes Kyles looking for room left side for the Marauders. Turns his back to the defense.
Football loose, Charles. Football is still loose as they scrum for it.
And officials finally blow, and they blow it in favor of the Golden Rams. Kyles was trying to run it right side, and it came loose, or somebody punched it loose near the end of that run, and it goes over to Albany State.
Yeah, and that somebody that came up with the football was Jari Turner. He's on the Black College Hall of Fame football watch list as he comes up with that fumble recovery.
Football turned over, and we'll turn our attention to the second quarter of play. In the first quarter of play, 10-0 lead for the Golden Rams. Back with more football on HBCU Plus after the timeout.
Technology lets you monitor your pet when you're not at home. But to monitor threats to your hybrid workforce wherever they are, you need more than technology. You need CDW, who gets to know your business and can design and deploy custom solutions with pre-configured HP notebooks with HP Wolf Security. AI-enabled threat detection and remote management protect your endpoints 24/7, giving your defenses some real teeth.
Bummer.
HP makes always-on remote security possible. CDW makes it powerful.
We never just see the numbers. We see the people.
Detroit is just changed so much. You can see what it once was. And then I think about what it can be. As an entrepreneur, it's about how I can give them the tools to empower themselves. If we can just all do something small, all the small things will start to amount to something big.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
Time to call a credit repair company to fix my credit. Hold the phone, man. You can do it yourself with Credit Versio. That's way too hard. Call the credit repair company. Most credit repair companies only work on 1 or 2 accounts at a time, making it slow and expensive. You won't figure that out for months. Ignore him. Credit Versio's brilliant software scans all 3 credit bureaus, finds the accounts that are hurting your score, and guides you through the entire process. Anyone can do it. Let's fast forward and see the results. Wow, I fixed my own credit and saved hundreds. You can do this. Visit creditversio.com.
We're back live here at the Coliseum at the campus of Albany State University, headed into second quarter action, 10-0 lead for the Golden Rams. They just got a gift on the fumble by Kyles. They are down at the 31-yard line of Central State, trying to score another as we get set for second quarter action.
This is where you want to take a shot at the end zone, Charles, after the big turnover.
Last couple of plays, we've seen that, though. The defense of the Marauders has been spot on. They've had sacks on Banu the last 2 or 3 pass attempts for the Golden Rams.
And Charles, as you can see right there on that last play, is Ezekiel Kennebrew. We got another Kennebrew in on the scene. Applied that pressure to Banu, but you could see he was looking downfield towards the end zone, trying to strike quickly after that turnover.
So the sack will put the Golden Rams back at the 34-yard line now. Golden Rams.
Got to give the Marauders credit. They've been applying pressure all afternoon long.
On the flats, I got a man there with the catch made and stretching near the 20-yard line.
Xavier Weaver. Did I say Xavier Weaver? Oh, wow. You gotta excuse me. Xavier Herndon.
Boy, yeah. Which game are you?
I think Xavier Weaver plays for Colorado State. I'm sorry, Colorado. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
What's your age now? Senior moment? Creepy.
Yeah, that was. Please forgive me on that one. To his family. Xavier Herndon.
Catch was not enough for a first down.
And Charles, we're going to get Clee Sellers in here. There's a timeout on the field.
The entire HBCU family is saddened by the loss of a legend, Hampton Smith. As head football coach at Albany State and as a mentor, Coach Smith poured into the lives of countless players who played under him, and his 22 years as head coach of the Golden Rams football team was marked by SIAC dominance with 9 SIAC titles and 5 NC2A playoff appearances. Well done, Coach. Very well done.
Charles, I got to tell you, Ham Smith, what a legend he was when I first started my broadcasting career. during the early 90s and moved to Atlanta. One of my first games in SIAC football was an Albany State game right here at this stadium. And it seemed as though they won the championship, SIAC championship, every year. In fact, I guess they did, 93 through 97.
They'll send Mashburn out now for a field goal attempt. The Golden Rams will. They'll put it down at the 30. Let's call it a 40-yard effort. Brown will hold. Snap is clear. Mashburn got a push on it. Did he get the accuracy? He did.
Wow.
So a 40-yard field goal by Mashburn.
Don't be surprised, Charles, if Eli Mashburn is the SIAC Special Teams Player of the Week. Why? Because he's only missed one field goal on the year, and that was in last week's victory over Kentucky State. Other than that, he's been superlative all season long, kicking field goals.
And that one was his longest of the campaign so far, from 40 yards out. So he adds to the Golden Ram lead, which is 13-0 now, with 12:40 remaining in the first half of play. Talking about the Golden Rams and Hamp Smith in terms of his efforts for Albany State. You're talking about a standard that's been created here at Albany State for SIAC football with 16 championships. You alluded to that a minute ago. 12 NC2A appearances and 3-time National Black College champions and 14 postseason appearances for the Golden Ram program overall.
And Charles, let's not forget, he did split assignments as head coach at Albany State.
Sure.
From 71 to 76, 1971 to 1976, and then again from 1982 to 1999. I know coming in here we talked about, who was the basketball coach we saw riding in here? Coaches volleyball, basketball.
Coach Robert Skinner.
Coach Robert Skinner. You think Skinner's coached a lot of teams. How about Hamp Smith? Hamp Smith was also the baseball coach at one time here at Albany State.
Indeed he was. And you talked about those stretches in terms of his championships overall. 84 was the first time Albany State had ever won a championship. That was under him. They went on to win 85 and 86 for 3 in a row. Then from 93 through 97, they racked up 5 under his leadership then.
Wow.
So just an impressive leadership performance by Hamp Smith.
And, man, they had phenomenal players back then like Antonio Leroy,
Indeed.
whose son actually played here just a few seasons ago. So it's nice to see that lineage and so many lives that Coach Hamp Smith impacted during his illustrious and really Hall of Fame career.
Indeed. And by judging what happened at the ceremony today and recognizing his life at the funeral, as the Marauders kidded on the ground, this is Dina with a carry near the 35. Tremendous outpouring from the Albany community overall, just recognizing the value of Hamp Smith, not only as a coach, but just as a man who has really impacted this area of the state.
Absolutely. Inducted in 2004 Albany State University Athletics Hall of Fame.
Certainly someone that's going to be missed by this community. Second down effort for the Marauders of Central State now from the 33.
All right, Charles, money time for the Marauders. They've got to complete this here.
Kyles got a man on a crossing route, shot it in there, but good defensive effort there by Jeray Turner, the redshirt junior, to be right on top of that plate and knock it down.
Hey, listen, there is a reason why he was a preseason All-SIAC first-teamer and a part of the 2023 Black College Football Hall of Fame Players of the Year watch list because of plays like that, giving up his body, stretching his arms out to make that defensive stop, that breakup.
Boy, you know, as a receiver, you're thinking, okay, it's here. I'm going to make this catch. Then right at the last second, Turner puts a hand in there and knocks that football away.
And, Charles, we have a bevy of all SIAC performers right now. Even the Central State Marauders kicker, if I'm not mistaken, he was the Special Teams Player of the Week last week.
Yep. Short punt this time. And it'll be fielded by the Marauders up near the 41-yard line.
Well, that certainly wasn't one of his best efforts, Charles. That only ended up being a 21-yard punt. So I know he'd like to have that one back.
Yeah, Brown came into this ball game leading punter in the SIAC, averaging 45 yards per punt.
Well, that was
correction. That's Central State's punter. Yeah,
right. 'Cause I was going to say Brown. He's averaging like 45 yards a punt, and nobody's even close in the conference.
Shares is 6th in the conference, averaging 35.
Yeah,
but that'll impact his average, as you referenced, on that punt. So Albany State with the football now. They'll keep it on the ground. Gaines looking for room right side, and he gains a few.
Wow,
for the Golden Rams.
I like the opportunity that young Gaines is putting forth here.
Sure. Freshman really starting to command more playing time the more the season's unfolding for Coach Gray and the Golden Rams.
Thought we'd see, well, we will see, I'm sure, Malik Pierce get some action. Of course, Cam Ward is missing right now from that rushing attack.
Pierce in there for one play, but it didn't go to him as they go on the ground to Gaines. This one's loose on the surface. Marauders lunging after it, but it comes clear to one of the up men on the line for the Golden Rams. Recovery there by Joshua Simon.
I can't wait to see this replay and to see if Dominic Davis was a part of that bedlam. All this guy does is create havoc out on the field. Yeah, look at him at the ankles. Look at him, 0 at the bottom of your screen, punching that football out.
Gaines gave it up, but fortunately Simon there to cover it. Maybe a free play here. Banu knows it. He's going up top, trying to get separation there. Pass goes incomplete, but they'll get 5 on the offsides by the Marauders.
Love the moxie by Deontay Banu. The automatic decision. He was on automatic pilot. You see that penalty is going to be against the defense. You go for the gusto. You throw it downfield on a go pattern. Unfortunately, they didn't connect on that particular play, but love the mind on that particular play by Banu.
Banu went into the ball game last weekend after the injury to Knowles, just 2 of 6 in passing in that ball game, but has already settled in here in this ball game at the Coliseum this afternoon and looking very well.
And listen, Charles, some people might wonder if Banu came into this season as a preseason All-SIAC performer, why didn't he get the starting quarterback position? Well, there's a reason for that. Isaiah Knowles presents more of a running challenge to defenses than I would say Banu. Banu's more of a pocket passer.
That was the word coming out of camp, that was the difference. They go on the ground. Gaines trying to find some space. May have gotten a yard, not much more. Our correction, that is Thomas on the carry. Ajanad Thomas on that carry for the Golden Rams. You were talking about seeing Pierce in that lineup for the Golden Rams. Thomas is a big factor in terms of that 3-headed running attack for the Golden Rams as well.
Yeah, he's a 5'9" redshirt sophomore out of Savannah, Georgia. Getting an opportunity this afternoon.
We're under 10 minutes remaining in this first half of play. 13-0. Golden Rams lead it over the Marauders of Central State. SIAC action, week 5 of conference play. 2nd 8 on the ground. They'll keep it. Lunging it left side is Gaines on the carry.
You see a host of Marauders in there in on that tackle. You're going to look in the middle. Those are the two guys that really do it. Jaleel Lenore, there you get a look at him in your screen. He's an All-SIAC performer. 2nd in the SIAC in tackles, Charles. He averages over 11 per game. 11.2 does Lenore.
And just a quick correction on that last carry, Walker, that was Thomas with the carry for the Golden Rams. 3rd down effort here for Albany State. Banu, straight drop. Fires outside of the corner. Boy, dangerous at the sideline. That had pick written all over it. Jonah Lyles, or is that Wash? So make out that play at the sideline. I think it was Lyles there. The redshirt sophomore from Canton, Ohio, that anticipated at the sideline. Break there for the Golden Rams, Walker.
Okay, now we'll get an opportunity to see the best punter in the SIAC, Charles, in Gilbert Brown.
See if he can get it inside the 20. He's been inside the 28 times on kicks. Trying to go for it here, right side. It'll bounce at the 15, and he will get this one inside of the 20, down near the 12.
All right, he'll take that. Of course, it's just a 30-yard punt, however, very strategic and in getting the job done, as it will pin the Central State Marauders offense near their own end zone.
Yeah, sometimes that type punt will affect your entire average per punt. But you talked about the strategy of when you have to kick it and where during the course of a football game, and that was the right thing to do on that kick by Brown.
All right, so Charles, right here, I expect the Marauders to really pick it up with 8:46 to play in the second period. They need to get back to some of those earlier drives in the first quarter when they were establishing the run and also passing the football effectively.
And reflect back on when that kind of died for them. Start it with a penalty. Here comes Kyles. Got a man behind the coverage. Going to go back for the football. We'll see a flag here. Yeah, we will.
Late flag, Charles. You wished that one up. And they're going to call interference on the play as we had a couple of defenders back there for the Albany State Golden Rams. Jacoby Heggs was back on the scene. Dayton Baker, the freshman out of Blackshear, Georgia, out there as well. And between the both of them, a flag was called, and we'll hear from our referee, Clee Sellers.
They get Baker with the assessment for the Golden Rams, and that'll push the football up to the 26-yard line.
Well, I think they said number 12. Did they not, Charles?
Kyle's trying the same route at the sideline. This one thrown out of bounds and incomplete.
All right, so situational football, Charles. They got a penalty that advanced the football up to the 27-yard line. First play, they go for it again, a little underthrown. Second play, let's see if they'll go back to the run to gain positive yardage. Looking for 6 at least.
2nd and 10. Kyles takes the snap. He'll drop out in the flats, trying to get it to Dina. He'll make the catch there. Looking for the sideline. Tiptoes, goes out of bounds past the 30, up near the 31-yard line.
Still brings up 3rd down and long for this Central State offense, trying to find some more consistency like in the first quarter of play.
We are down to 8:13 remaining in this first half. 13-0 lead for Albany State.
Coming in, Charles, 28% for this Central State Marauders team on 3rd down scenarios.
Trips at the bottom of the screen for Kyles.
5 seconds on the play clock.
He'll look to his left now. Back across the middle and in traffic, and almost threw an interception there. Threw it right into the hands of Pollock.
He did, but you got to credit Jeremiah Flores, who was the intended receiver, but he also became the defender as he came over the shoulder of the Rams defensive back to ensure that wasn't an interception. Watch that right there, see? It was about to be picked off by Jalen Mitchell, but give Flores credit for knocking that out. See how he became the defender and he knocked that football down, Charles? Excellent details there.
I have a flag here on the punt attempt. Roughing's going to be called there. Fair catch is called for by Jackson near the 40-yard line, but we'll see the flag here. Jares was roughed up mightily there on that punt attempt. Surged by the Golden Rams.
Yeah, 31 yards on the punt. Unfortunately, undisciplined by the Albany State special teamers. And it's going to give, you talk about gifts, it's going to give the Marauders a gift. They're going to get the football back with 7:36 to play in the second quarter. But, Charles, they need to strike. They need to score some points on the board.
Yeah, getting an opportunity and getting this football back here could spark some momentum for them. They had it, as you referenced, in the early starts of this football game.
And so, Charles, they're going to rule this running into the kicker, and it's going to result, I believe, in still a 4th down, Charles.
Indeed.
4th and short. However, the Marauders, don't be surprised. No, they'll punt it.
Yeah, they got
still early, but the 5 yards will not give them the first down.
Yeah, versus the roughing call, which would have given it to them.
Yeah.
So Chairs now back out for the Marauders to kick it again. He said he had a 31-yard effort on the previous one. And standing back deep is Jackson to receive for the Golden Rams near the 21. Better punt by Chairs. Got this one airborne. Jackson calls for fair catch. Bobbled it at the 35-yard line and able to fall directly on it.
And we have another flag down, Charles.
That likely against the Marauders on a fair catch called, but he dropped the football.
All right, let's see how they rule it.
My guess is they pick it up.
Clee Sellers is taking a look right now. 34 yards on that punt, if it holds.
They confer near the 35.
Actually, correction on that, Charles. My bad on that. They're spotting the football at the 35. Now they're going to move it after the penalty. Excuse me.
So that was an interference-like call on him trying to make that fair catch is what the call is at field level. And that'll push it up to the 45 as you reference, Walker. And we go to 7:26 left in its first half of play. So glad you could join us for our coverage on HBCU Plus. Charles Ward, Dwayne Walker with the call. The new quarterback in there now for the Golden Rams, working it right side. That's Jaden Sullivan, the sophomore. We saw him earlier in this first half. Had a big run, and now he takes it and runs it right side. May have gotten a yard, not much more, but a different look now for the Golden Rams.
Some confusion in the Marauders secondary right now. And now they'll get a chance to rectify. And now the Albany State offense, they see something as they redirect Frederick Gaines to the left side of Sullivan.
Sullivan out in the flats. Catch Nate, and Herndon can't hang on to it. He was whacked there near midfield. Good surge on that football there by Jonah Lytle, the redshirt sophomore.
Oh,
and he got some help from Dominic Davis.
Dominic Davis. Start calling this young man the Dominator.
Sure. Double D. Yeah, one of those passes like you referenced, Walker, that they know the receiver does, that he's going to draw some contact.
Mm-hmm.
And that with his back exposed to the defense, Herndon not able to hang on to it. That'll make it third down now. Sullivan, he'll take the snap, pumps once, and wrapped up behind the line of scrimmage.
Simply nowhere to go for Sullivan. He tried to step up into the pocket, but unfortunately he was met with a couple of Marauders that were there on the scene.
Not so sure, Walker, that wasn't designed to be a run by Sullivan just initially with that quick ball fake.
T.J. Gilbert, the linebacker, did a fine job of collapsing on the quarterback.
So Brown back out now to punt it away for Albany State. And E.J. Wash will stand at the other end. Good kick there by Brown. Wash fills it at the 15. Up the gut he goes. Legs tripped from under him near the 27-yard line.
Beautiful punt on that one. Go in the books as a 52-yarder.
So the Marauders, once again now, they force an early 3-and-out by the Golden Rams. They have the football back, Walker, with less than 6 minutes left in this first half.
And again, Charles, I can't stress the urgency once again for Kevin Porter, head coach of the Central State Marauders, and their offensive coordinator, Buddy Blevins. They've got to find a way of putting this football in the end zone.
Yeah, got to get back to what they were doing earlier in the ball game. While they did not get in the end zone, they were looking good on the drives. Kyles that is, fires toward the sideline on a comeback route. Catch made on the outside. Looks like Brandon Brock.
It is Brock.
So Brock with a 5-yard reception there for the Marauders.
Speaking of fives, Charles, he came in 5th in the SIAC in receiving.
Second team All-SIAC player, had 10 catches last weekend. Kyles with a snap. He'll keep it himself right side. Slides back to the inside. Good second effort there by Kyles. He runs it for the first down up to the 42-yard line.
Nifty run there by the quarterback. Showed me something on that play, Charles. Not only was a 9-yard gain, but it advances the chains for this Marauders offense, who definitely needs some momentum.
Cameron Beasley getting up slow after that play for the Marauders of Central State. Beasley, the junior from Chicago, Illinois.
And they're going to keep things moving despite that injury, Charles.
Beasley able to get up and get off the playing surface on his own. And the player scrambling back to the football field now.
And the clock is still running, Charles. We're approaching 5 minutes to play in the first half.
1st and 10 for Central State after the run by Kyles. With a high snap. Ball fake. Pumps, fires across the middle, threw it in traffic, and threw it behind Brock. They're going so quickly on that play from scrimmage.
Mm-hmm.
That seems to be throwing the rhythm off a little bit between quarterback and receiver.
Charles, are you surprised that the Marauders have stuck with Brandon Kyle so far?
Good question. As we take a look at this play, tossed downfield and over the shoulder interception by
Amon Ross,
the grad student.
He's the Spur. He's a graduate student out of Jacksonville, Florida, coming up with his first INT of the season.
Well, you should have asked me that question before that play.
That's what I was leaning at saying, Charles, that they may think about making a change at quarterback. And nothing personal against the young man, against Kyles, but the bottom line is this offense needs to score points, period. And you've got to find a leader that can be the conduit for that.
Well, assuming we're talking about the roster of quarterbacks that we know that they have in terms of Alec Lewis, who started last weekend, and then we've seen Boney come in for at least one play in this ball game. The repertoire of quarterbacks that he's got, he's trying to work them to find what you're talking about, somebody that can help them get into the end zone, but we just have not seen that in terms of that leadership coming from that position to help them. Banu gives it on the ground. This is Gaines. Gaines hit there near the 40, up to the 41-yard line, just up the gut run there by the freshman for the first down.
Oh, that's a quick hitter right there, Charles. I'm going to mark it at the 42. Wow, another successful run.
And we go to 4:20 remaining, first half of play. Gaines once again on the ground.
Charles, this may be Gaines's biggest performance rushing the football this season. A couple weeks back, he had a 63-yard effort, which is the best of his career. Wouldn't be surprised if he surpassed that this afternoon.
Yeah, he's already had a good first half of football for Albany State. Second down effort here now for the Golden Rams. 3:47 left, first half of play.
See if they take a shot here.
Love it. Slides the line back to the right side. He's been pretty quiet here in this first half. Movement at the line of scrimmage. Likely going to be an additional 5 against the Marauders.
They will confer with referee Clee Sellers. He's got the call, and here he is. Once he turns his mic on.
Oh, this one against the Golden Rams. There's been some ball movement up front there to draw the defense, so that'll push the Golden Rams back inside of their 40.
Charles, clock still running, and keep in mind this year there was a rule change where the clock only stops within 2 minutes of each quarter.
Banu with the 2nd and 11 with the snap. Floats one down the sideline and left it short and incomplete. He's trying to get it downfield to Dorsey, but Dorsey covered well downfield by the Marauder secondary.
And let me clarify that on Charles. That means after first down. So in other words, last year, years previous, you make a first down, they stop the clock for you to reset the chains. Now the clock continues until the final 2 minutes of each quarter.
Yeah, within the 2 minutes, they'll stop it. McNeil on that coverage by the Marauders of Central State. Third down remains for Albany State. They lead it 13-0 first half of play here from the Coliseum.
I think we got action to the near side of the football field, Charles, on this third down.
Banu, pressure at the corner, floats it out there. We just talked about him. There's a grab there by Lovett at the sideline.
There's the near side action. There's the guy you spoke about, Lovett, getting into the action. Ralph Lovett, the graduate out of Savannah, Georgia. but unfortunately he couldn't get away from the grasps of the defense.
4th down and 7 after the catch by Lovett.
I question this call here, Charles. Why would you go for it on 4th down and 7? Granted, you're up 13-0, but I think this is a risky play here.
We'll see if they're actually going to change that. They are. Now they're going to send that punt unit out there. It was a gang rush toward the field there. Coach Gray just signaling for the special teams unit to come out.
Yeah, well, again, Charles, what would be the use in going for it on 4th down in that particular situation?
Sure.
I'm sorry.
I'm not sure if that was ever the intention, Walker. I have to believe what you're saying there. There's just no reason to justify it in that situation.
All right, well, nonetheless, Albany State, they'll come out to punt the football.
Well, what happened as a result of that is there's a timeout taken on the field, and I don't know. I'm not sure if Albany took it or if Central State took it.
Okay.
They could have very well been jockeying to say, let's burn as much time as we can before we have to punt the football away.
Okay, gotcha. That certainly could have been the strategy as well. But they'll jump back onto the football field. You see our long snapper,
Daniel Wan, and you talk about the international flavor for the Golden Rams. He's from Shanghai, China.
Hey, man, that's a long way to snap a football, man. To be a long, that's
a
long
really
snapper.
Long. Yeah, you're going to need a relay on that one.
But what a terrific game for him to be able to come from Shanghai as a graduate student and play football. Amazing.
Brown, good snap. They're coming at it, but he got it away. Couldn't quite turn it over like he wanted to. It'll bounce and head toward the end zone. Now the Golden Rams can try to get it, let it roll down there near the goal line. They'll stop it at the 2.
53-yard punt, Charles. 53 yards. But Brown is saying that he got roughed up, and I believe he believes it's going to be his squad's football. But if it's running into the kicker, it'll only be a 5-yard penalty, and that won't be enough to get them a first down. But they might try to go for it on 4th down from that vantage point.
Different scenario with 4th and 1 versus what we were talking about here just a second ago if the assessment's just for 5 yards.
And if it's against the Albany State Golden Rams, because if it is, they would move the football to midfield and will bring up 4th and 2.
Yeah.
Well, they might be picking up the flag, though. Let's see. All right, Clee Sellers is talking to the Marauders coach. So one would speculate what, Charles? I guess we're not in the speculation business. I guess we could just be patient and wait, huh?
Right. We just call them as we see them.
Right.
It looks like the indication may be against Albany State. Coach Porter seemed to be satisfied with that conversation that he had. And here we get the call. Shot block, yeah. So that's a big break there.
Oh, so now we'll play the game of field position where they'll force Brown to punt it again.
Sure.
Whereas that football nestled inside of the 5-yard line at about the 3, he'll have to do it all over again. But listen, this young man, I can't say enough how important special teams are, and to have a punter like Gilbert Brown who's averaging 45 yards a punt, to have his talent is definitely an asset.
Sure, that allows you to just flip that field whenever it's to your liking or to your advantage if you have a solid punter in there. So Brown set to kick it again. Wash further up the field. Watch this one bounces, and he'll squeeze this one at the 26. Quick sidestep by him, left side. He lost the football. It's loose on the surface. Golden Rams saying that they have it. Football down near the 27-yard line as they unpack it. Let's see. James looks like he's under the bottom of that pile for the Golden Rams, but no, the Marauders able to wrestle that football away, and I'm sure there was some jockeying going on as they tussled for that football on the surface here in the Coliseum.
The officials saying they're not going to change it. They don't care who has the football at this point. Oh.
Yeah, they were
as
tied
Wash
up at the
in
bottom.
after. There you look. He's saying that I've got the football. Let's see if they change the call. Devontae James, a 5'11 freshman out of Dawson, Georgia, is saying that's my football.
You can have the football. The possession looks like it's going to belong to the Marauders as you take a look at it.
And guess who punched that football out of there, Charles? Aw, man, Ross.
Yeah. Yeah, got back into that play to knock it free. So the Marauders breathing a sigh of relief there.
2:16 to play. Yep,
Yeah,
go ahead, Charles.
sure.
I'm sorry.
Kyles on the ground. This is Dina. Dina, second wave of the defense. He lost the football. This time it's corralled, and it's taken in by Turner, the redshirt junior.
Oh, funky. Oh, Medina.
Wow. Burst the speed by Dina on the run. Got big yardage on it, but at the end of the play, coughed it up. And Turner there to turn things over to the Golden Ram offense.
Oh, yeah. But listen, how about running to the football? That was the key to that turnover. I want to say Jalen Mitchell was the one that got over there and stripped that football from behind. Let's get a look right there. Who's that in the picture? I know Turner came up with it.
At the back of that play, that's where the action was right there. Try to follow him to that sideline. It looks like it was Robert Floyd there coming in at the back of that play to knock it free. And we're run straight ahead by the Golden Ram offense now with 2 minutes remaining in this first half. And boy, you got to give it to our camera crew. We've called for things in this first half, and they've been right there.
Oh, yeah. Dayton Baker, number 20. Is that who you got? Dayton Baker? 29, they stripped that football?
No, I think it was Robert Floyd, number 4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Floyd, the redshirt sophomore, able to get in behind that play and pull it out of there.
Okay.
Knock it free.
And Turner came up with the fumble recovery.
Yeah.
And here we are. We're at 1:30 to play in the half now.
Banu set for the snap. Looking upfield's got some time. Fires it across the middle on a crossing route. Catch made there. Looks like Dorsey with the grab. A correction on that. That's Jordan, his favorite target, crossing the middle inside the red zone. That's a nice strike there by Banu. Had some time in the pocket, and you see the result.
30-yard reception as a result from the 43 down to the 13-yard line.
So Jordan with a nice grab there, crossing route. And they go Banu left side, trying to get a man to the end zone. Floats it in the corner, in traffic, and almost threw an interception.
Central State Marauders had a beat on it. Dejon McNeil, the graduate student out of Jackson State, he already has an interception for a touchdown, ironically enough, this season, trying to come up with a play in the end zone right there. Just couldn't handle the hot potato.
Yeah, they were trying to circle Gaines out of the backfield, but there was already a receiver in that area where the defensive coverage was, and Banu almost threw it to the defender in the end zone. Whistles and a timeout taken by the Marauders with 1:09 left in the first half of play. And the Golden Rams with a 13-0 lead and a chance to add one here, Walker, before the break.
And speaking of the break, Charles, halftime coming up. And speaking of halftimes, Charles, how about it so far this season? Can you believe we were halfway through the race? You talked about we've got 5 teams that are presently undefeated in the SIAC as teams are jockeying for top 2 positioning. Because remember, there is no more SIAC East, no more SIAC West. It's all about the top 2 dogs.
And you talk about some of the teams that are in the hunt for those 1 and 2 spots. Benedict, they are 3-0 in conference play, undefeated overall. Fort Valley 4-0 in conference play with a 4-1 mark. Tuskegee got their first loss last weekend, but that was out of conference play. They are 3-0 in conference play. Bears of Miles College 4-1 on the season. They had a big non-conference win for them early on in the season. They are 3-0, and so are these Golden Rams of Albany State. So it's bunched up there at the top, but this weekend likely going to start showing some separation between these teams. Try to get you updated on some scores from earlier in today's action from some of the other teams. Get a better picture of that.
Who will end up being king?
Banu trying to find one. He's got one at the back of the end zone. Touchdown there.
You got to love it.
King of the day is Ralph Lovett.
You got to love it.
Lovett squeezes. And the Golden Rams strike there for the touchdown.
Charles, nothing but crisp route running right there as he found the hole in the defense. Watch Lovett. He came in motion, came across, and plucks the football out of the air for a touchdown.
Yeah, 2 Marauders defenders there, not close enough on that play. So Lovett with the touchdown grab for the Golden Rams. That's his 4th on the season for Albany State.
And there we get another one of those self-destructing penalties.
One of the Marauders just hurling over the line of scrimmage there.
They'll work it out.
Boy, we were talking about it in the pregame, talking about the Marauders doing no harm to themselves. You reflect on that run at the end of the run by Dina, where the Golden Rams knocked that football loose and took advantage of it, and now they take it in for a touchdown.
Yeah. We talked about minimizing the mistakes and minimizing the penalties against. And they've seemingly doubled down on both of them.
Indeed. As a coach, it's got to be one of the most frustrating things you can endure, to know what your problem is.
Right.
Because he talked to us about it during the course of the week, and just so far just has not been able to get his team to respond to, in this case, minimizing those turnovers.
And Coach Porter talked about what he was trying to do first as far as changing the mentality.
As Mashburn, he doesn't change his mentality on point afters, knocks that one through for the Golden Rams with 63 seconds remaining in the first half, and they build their lead to 20-0. But go ahead, Dwayne, don't want to interrupt your punt with regard to Coach Porter.
Oh, no problem at all. But he talked about trying to change the culture and the mentality of this program, of this Central State Marauders program. And, hey, it takes time, but as we all know, or some of us may or may not know, Kevin Porter, he comes from a winning tradition. He led Fort Valley to a championship as a coach, so he definitely knows about winning and what it takes to do that. Of course, he played in the National Football League, drafted by the Kansas City Chiefs.
As we take a look at some of Porter's program priorities at Central State, one of the ones you just referenced is just this idea about changing the culture of the program and turning it into a culture that is relying more on a winning mentality for Central State as opposed to what they've had over the last several years. And he also indicated that in order to do that, we have got to become competitive just right away, immediately.
Today.
That's how you change that culture, when you start becoming more competitive. And if you start winning football games, they all kind of blend into the same idea. You change culture by winning. And you made the reference about what he did at Fort Valley when he was there. First year there, led a program that was on a downswing to a conference championship in 2016. They're looking for him to do the same thing here at Central State. They've got a big return on a run here to maybe change some things in terms of the score.
Okay, that's Wash. Okay. He's trying to get a little spin cycle action here, trying to spin their fortunes right now.
Oh, I like it.
Nice job on that return. Will return it spotted at the 37-yard line, so we'll credit the young man with 33 yards on that return. That sets up Central State first down and 10 with under a minute to play in the first half.
See if they take a couple of cracks at the end zone. Ball fake. And this is Alec Lewis back in there, quarterback now for the Marauders of Central State, Dwayne. And they did exactly what you talked about. Went as long as they could with Kyles. Now Lewis is getting a chance here before the intermission.
Just looking for a spark.
Fires on a comeback route across. Nice catch made there by T.J. Gregory, the sophomore from Dayton, Ohio. And he got it up to the 46-yard line. But you know that defense for the Golden Rams, they're just trying to keep everything in front of them at this point.
Absolutely.
With 28 seconds and clock running here inside the Coliseum.
But if I'm that defense, I don't want to give them nothing. Like, you want to try to stomp them out.
Lewis, what a drop. Going to try to shoot it upfield. Goes to the sideline instead. Catch made there. And rolling out of bounds is Brock to stop the clock with 11 seconds left.
Brandon Brock came in with 27 catches on the year, including the 10 you mentioned last week, Charles. Surprised that they haven't tried to get the football to him more often in space.
11 seconds left. Field goal range established by chairs at this point. As longest it's been 32 yards.
Charles, I'm going to tell you something. Yeah, you could go for the end zone. I'm just trying to come up with points here.
Sure, absolutely. That's what I'm thinking too. Something to give me some level of confidence going into the locker room.
Maybe an intermediate route here and then out of bounds.
Lewis across the
middle. Intermediate, get out of bounds, young man.
This is Flores, and he's wrapped up in the field of play. So they tried to get it, like you said, Walker, to see if they could stretch it toward the sideline. Looks like there may have been a timeout taken by Central State. It was with 2 seconds left.
Okay, so now obviously this is where you take your shot.
Sure, you're out of field goal range. You got to go for the end zone now. You're right there.
Well, I mean, I like the call by offensive coordinator Buddy Blevins. You didn't necessarily have to go for the gusto and try to throw the football into the end zone, but if you could make a dig, let's say about 15 yards or so, give your field goal kicker an opportunity to convert some points.
Yeah, here you're almost out of that dimension now, though, with the 2 seconds left. You're not going to have enough time to reload it for anything, so you got to get it into the end zone. Just the thing that Coach Porter was saying. We got to get the football into the end zone.
And coming up at halftime, we're going to have a very special halftime, a special ceremony for
Coach Hamp Smith. Yeah, you'll have the President Federick out there with some of the other dignitaries, and they are going to be releasing some balloons in celebration of his life and what he's done for this community and for HBCU football and college football in general.
Yes.
Should be a great halftime ceremony and recognition.
Charles, I got to tell you, in those 90s, in those early 90s, Albany State had it cooking.
No doubt. Every year. Lewis at the sideline, got a man in stride, catch made there, but as Price grabs it, and they say he got out of bounds with 1 second left.
No way.
I've seen some speedy players before.
Now, this is where Clee Sellers has to come in my opinion, and just say, you know what?
That's impossible.
That's it. Come on. But they're going to let him play it out, so this is going to be a play with 1 second. But who knows, Charles? Maybe that wasn't the official time on the clock. Maybe he's got the official time on him. So we don't know that.
And we got another timeout taken by Coach Porter and the Marauders of Central State. Now you add, 33-yard line? You're going to be a 43-yard field goal effort.
Well,
Cheers is hit from 32, but he's missed from 44.
Well, if they try a field goal from here, Charles, it might be a 50-yarder because you figure the ball's at the 37.
That's right.
Place it at the 40.
Absolutely. You're right.
And then
that's going to be pushing limits for sure. I think you're going to be better off at least taking that shot.
You know what? I would talk to my kicker and find out if he feels confident that he could make it.
What do you think he's going to tell you? What do you think he's going to tell you?
Yeah, hey, man, listen.
Coach, I don't feel like I can hit it.
Answer me a question. Was he or was he not SIAC Special Teams Player of the Week just last week?
Yeah, but you got to remember now, he's also a punter. So,
that's true.
So just got to know which category got him there.
All right, but let's see how they play this here.
Well, they got Lewis in the offense coming back out there.
All right.
So
could we see some trickery?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. A little hook ladder type action maybe, or
the Albany
stack the end in the corner of the end zone. They got 3 at the top of the screen.
I'm going to predict interception here. They've got some tremendous athletes in this Albany State defensive secondary.
Across the middle. There you go. You almost had it at the break there, Walker.
I mean, he had it in his hands. All he had to do was catch the darn thing. Come on. What are we doing here, Jalen Mitchell? What he's doing is running off into the locker room with a 20-point halftime lead.
Hey, I broke up the pass. What else do you want?
I wanted an interception. No, I'm joking.
So that brings this first half to a close at the Coliseum. It's been all Golden Rams of Albany State in these first 20 minutes of play. They lead it 20-0 over the Marauders of Central State. We'll take a timeout here, get you set for halftime festivities from the Coliseum on the campus of Albany State. This is HBCU Plus coverage of Albany State and the Marauders of Central State. Stay with us.
Following my mother's footsteps definitely led me to Shaw University. On a college tour, she's like, oh, look, DJ, that's the McDonald's I used to go to. It ended up being a place where our band members will get to know each other outside of the band room. You. It's definitely like our student union.
But with fries.
For our crew to go to that same McDonald's she went to, I wouldn't want it any other way.
The American Diabetes Association has been here for more than 80 years.
But we don't want to exist.
We don't want diabetes to overtake us.
To rob us.
To break us.
So we're standing tall.
Pushing for affordable insulin.
lifting up people in need.
And seeking a cure through research.
So we can end diabetes for good.
Someday you won't need us.
Until then,
we fight.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast.
It's electric.
With an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
Okay, all the State University fans, one more fifth round of applause for Captain Smith.
Technology lets you monitor your pet when you're not at home. But to monitor threats to your hybrid workforce wherever they are, you need more than technology. You need CDW, who gets to know your business and can design and deploy custom solutions with pre-configured HP notebooks with HP Wolf Security. AI-enabled threat detection and remote management protect your endpoints 24/7, giving your defenses some real teeth.
Bummer.
HP makes always-on remote security possible. CDW makes it powerful.
We never just see the numbers. We see the people.
Detroit has just changed so much. You can see what it once was. And then I think about what it can be. As an entrepreneur, it's about how I can give them the tools to empower themselves. If we can just all do something small, all the small things will start to amount to something big.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
Time to call a credit repair company to fix my credit. Hold the phone, man. You can do it yourself with Credit Versio. That's way too hard. Call the credit repair company. Most credit repair companies only work on 1 or 2 accounts at a time, making it slow and expensive. You won't figure that out for months. Ignore him. Credit Versio's brilliant software scans all 3 credit bureaus, finds the accounts that are hurting your score, and guides you through the entire process. Anyone can do it. Let's fast forward and see the results. Wow, I fixed my own credit and saved hundreds. You can do this. Visit creditversio.com.
William Brooks. 15.
Calling all gamers. Did you know that you can turn your love for playing video games into a six-figure career opportunity? Esports is now a massive $3 billion industry with positions available in front and behind the scenes. Game development, broadcasting, event management, programming, even social media management all play important roles in gaming. Stop letting others tell you it's a waste of time and turn your passion into real success. With individual courses for just $99, you will get a comprehensive blend of online, tech-based coursework, and in just 8 weeks' time will earn your esports business certificate for less than half the cost of a college semester. Register now at metro-squad.com and take control of your future today.
Social media doesn't really feel very social these days. Sure, we get to see our friends, but it's so much better to be with them. And even though we're more connected, we miss being together. Tap into what's happening right now and meet up with friends, old and new. With the only social network that's designed to get you offline and back into life. Swoop in. Let's hang.
When you don't feel like working and you still got to go to work, that's the grind. And that's what you have to do sometimes.
When you choose to put in the work and embrace the journey, success has no choice but to find you.
Buzz, come here. I want to see you tomorrow at 4 p.m. with the varsity.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations, you made it.
Thank you, Coach.
All right.
This October 10th and 11th, Prime Big Deal Days give Prime members exclusive access to 2 days of big savings, which means you're kind of a big deal. Prime Big Deal Days, October 10th and 11th, only for Prime members.
Where could reinvention take your business? Accenture, let there be change.
Technology lets you monitor your pet when you're not at home. But to monitor threats to your hybrid workforce wherever they are, you need more than technology. You need CDW, who gets to know your business and can design and deploy custom solutions with pre-configured HP notebooks with HP Wolf Security. AI-enabled threat detection and remote management protect your endpoints 24/7, giving your defenses some real teeth.
Bummer.
HP makes always-on remote security possible. CDW makes it powerful.
We never just see the numbers. We see the people.
Detroit is just changed so much. You can see what it once was. And then I think about what it can be. As an entrepreneur, it's about how I can give them the tools to empower themselves. If we can just all do something small, all the small things will start to amount to something big.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
Time to call a credit repair company to fix my credit. Hold the phone, man. You can do it yourself with Credit Versio. That's way too hard. Call the credit repair company. Most credit repair companies only work on 1 or 2 accounts at a time, making it slow and expensive. You won't figure that out for months. Ignore him. Credit Versio's brilliant software scans all 3 credit bureaus, finds the accounts that are hurting your score, and guides you through the entire process. Anyone can do it. Let's fast forward and see the results. Wow, I fixed my own credit and saved hundreds. You can do this. Visit creditversio.com.
And we're back live here at the Coliseum on the campus of Albany State University. We're at the intermission. It's the Golden Rams with a 20-0 lead over the Marauders of Central State. And Dwayne, in the first half, that marked by a lot of penalties by the Marauders, really took them out of their early rhythm as we take a look at their Walmart halftime stats in this first half of play. 2 touchdowns by the Golden Rams in that first half, total of 118 yards. And for the Marauders of Central State, they came away scoreless in that first half, only 52 yards of offense and 2 big turnovers in that first half that really hurt them in terms of being able to take advantage of some field position and score. So the script at this point has been the same, unfortunately, for the Marauders of Central State.
Yeah, nothing much has changed, and I would love to have been a fly on the wall or a fly in the press box, or to see what was said actually in the locker room, because as we look at some of our highlights from the first half, as Ralph Levitt comes up with his 4th touchdown catch of the year, and then how about the performance we saw from the freshman Gaines making an impact on the running attack, which we talked about ASU had to do.
Indeed, Gaines a big factor in that first half for the Golden Rams of Albany State.
But getting back to Kevin Porter and what could he have possibly said in that locker room, I mean, you got to tell your team that you got to come out and fight. I mean, you're looking for somebody to make a play. You're looking for someone to make an impact, whether it be special teams on the offensive side or the defensive side. So it's really gut check time for Central State.
Indeed it is. They're looking for their first conference win of the season, and they've come into some tough confines here inside the Coliseum to do it. But we'll see, like you said, what was said at halftime to maybe change the complexion for the Marauders coming in this second half of play.
You look at some of the stats, Charles. For example, we talked about Albany State scoring their first rushing touchdown of the year, but passing attacks, both a little under 50%. Albany State, 5 of 11, their quarterbacks. And for CSU, 5 of 12, including that 1 interception. Total yards on offense, 118 by Albany State compared to 52 by CAU. So obviously for, CSU, Central State University. So they've got to get it going, Charles. It's just a must.
Sure. Set for third quarter action here. And the Golden Rams hosting Marauders. We'll take a break and get you started with third quarter action on HBCU Plus.
Following my mother's footsteps definitely led me to Shaw University. On a college tour, she's like, oh, look, DJ, that's the McDonald's I used to go to. It ended up being a place where our band members would get to know each other outside of the band room. You. It's definitely like our student union.
But with fraud.
For our crew to go to that same McDonald's she went to, I wouldn't want it any other way.
The American Diabetes Association has been here for more than 80 years.
But we don't want to exist.
We don't want diabetes to overtake us.
To rob us.
To break us.
So we're standing tall.
Pushing for affordable insulin.
Lifting up people in need.
And seeking a cure through research.
So we can end diabetes for good.
Someday you won't need us.
Until then,
we fight.
Back live here at the Coliseum at Albany State on the kick return. Jordan's got some room right side to get things started in the third quarter, and a big return it is for the Golden Rams. Rashad Jordan, the senior, bursting right side across midfield. And a good start for the third quarter for the Golden Rams in terms of field position. Dwayne, as we talked about it going into the break, that the Marauders really needed to get something going here early in this second half of play. They're going to have to get something going on the defensive end here if to keep this score at 20-0 after the big return by Jordan.
Well, Charles, as part of our Nissan keys to the game, we've mentioned that Albany State needed to be special on special teams, and Rashad Jordan, who had that 96-yard kick return called back in last week's contest, we needed him to make a big play today. He's made a couple of them.
So from the 45-yard line, Banu on the ground. That place busted at the line of scrimmage. They were keying on Gaines And Gaines knocked down behind the line of scrimmage, loss of 2 on the play.
Well, Gaines has been one of the most impactful players on offense for this Albany State roster. And Ryan Mills, a defensive lineman, the junior out of Ireland Western Community College, came up with a huge tackle behind the line of scrimmage.
Second down effort now. Banu rolls right side, fires downfield, and threw it out of bounds. Had a man on a fly route down the right side, but the pass underthrown. He's trying to get it downfield to Dorsey.
Bono looked a little unhappy with maybe that route, how it was ran. And let's see if they make a correction here.
Yeah, Dorsey was on a fly, but that pass thrown 10 yards short of his positioning downfield.
I think Banu was telling him to lift his head up.
Third down play. First possession of the second half after a great return by Jordan. Golden Rams in jeopardy here of giving the football back over to the Marauders after good field position on the kick. Banu fires out in the flats. Got a man there. Catch made at the sideline. Nicely done there on the grab by Kyrian Jackson, the freshman from Jacksonville.
Excellent route by the young freshman. Had the defender on his heels. Went to the out and got a completion.
Golden Rams trying to go quickly here on a fourth down. Now they'll settle in. Just underway here, second half action. Golden Rams of Albany State hosting the Marauders of Central State. Charles Ward, Dwayne Walker with the play call on HBCU Plus.
And Charles, I like what I'm seeing here.
Banu seeing what he can find. Gets flushed right side, trying to break the contain. Now turns the corner, raises, fires, threw it back to the middle of the infield and got a man there. Catch is made, and that's Jordan. Jordan pushing the pack. The scrum takes him near the goal line and finally down near the 2-yard line.
Is this a rugby match?
Went to a football game and a rugby match broke out.
Yeah, I see. And we'll try to get, I think it was Lovett that came up with that football that readjusted his route as we get a look at the replay. I thought it was Lovett. Let's see, it's numero ocho.
Yeah, it is Lovett. So like you said before, you got to love it.
Ocho and Gaines, they have I like the pink armbands that both of them have on. So they're key players wearing those armbands right now.
So first and goal now for the Golden Rams. They keep it on the ground. Down at the half-yard line.
That's the arm-banded one. Keith Gaines will not carry near the goal line.
So Gaines trying to punch it in. Denied a half-yard to go back to him again. This time he fights through and he breaks the puck. Goal line for the touchdown.
All right, Mr. Gaines.
Broke the plane. He got in. And the Golden Rams capitalize on that great return by Jordan. So the freshman scores left side. And Albany builds its lead to 26-0. And Eli Mashburn on now to try to make it 27-blank. Special teams making the difference.
No question about it, Charles. They set the pace. That Rashard Jordan long return to begin the second half of play is what did it for this Albany State Golden Rams offense to get them started. And for the second time this season, the Golden Rams score a touchdown on the ground, and freshman Frederick Gaines responsible for both of those. A 19-yard rush, and now that 3-yard carry for a touchdown that makes the score 27-0.
We were talking about it early in this ball game. Coach Porter's program priorities for the Marauders of Central State. And you Take a look at what we're comparing with the Golden Rams of Albany State. Hamp Smith with 9 SIAC titles, Mike White with 6, and Gabe Giardina with 1 for the Golden Rams of Albany State. And that is the group that Quinn Gray is trying to join in terms of this program at Albany State. An elite group of coaches that have contributed to this overall winning program at Albany State. And that's Quinn's quest to become a part of that group.
Well, listen, in Quinn's quest, he's off to a dynamic start. And listen, despite the 2 losses to begin the season, you have to look at who the competition was against. Wingate and Valdosta, a very solid Division II football program, very proud program, one of the top in the nation with multiple national championships to its credit.
Indeed. Brown with the kick, sidewinder, backpedaling, catch made near the 8. Banged at the 25-yard line on the carry was Josh Kennebrew for the Marauders of Central State, but fought ahead and got it up near the 26.
Well, he may have gotten it up to the 25, but he got rocked. Very impressed with the special teams unit for the Albany State Golden Rams on all sides, from the kicking to Eli, the punting from Brown, and then the special teams coverage, as well as the kick and punt returns.
And it's just like we were talking about coming into this third quarter. You know, Coach Porter had a conversation with his team having to come back after the locker room trailing. But Coach Gray obviously had a conversation with his team and said, like we talked about in the open, hey, let's keep our foot on the gas and keep pushing in this football game. And they come out with a score. Early flags coming in on this first play from scrimmage by the Marauders.
And Charles, this one is downfield, so this is going to go against the Albany State Golden Rams. Either a hold or a pass interference of some sort. Well, actually, it wasn't a pass. Let's see what the call was.
Yeah, this is way back in the secondary with 3 flags back there. You're right, Walker. And it's being marched ahead.
So they'll advance the football 5 yards, and it'll bring up 1st and 5.
And now you get the sense with that early touchdown here in the second half that the Golden Rams starting to get this sense that they can kind of pin their ears back a little bit more.
And watch how active the secondary is going to be. I wouldn't be surprised, like I said, if a couple picks were thrown before this one was done.
Whistles at the line of scrimmage. Boy.
Pugh is pointing to the offensive line. They're pointing at one another. Who will be the guilty party? That's the question.
Sure, a lot of laundry out there. Somebody's guilty of something.
A lot of finger pointing.
Yeah. So that's Kennebrew guilty of a violation there for the Marauders.
70, where they can look at him in your screen, 71.
Sorry, that's Beasley there. Beasley injured in that first half of play, but back out on the field seemingly okay.
Back to 1st and 10, Charles.
Yeah. Lewis rolls right side, looking upfield now. Got Flores there, stumbles after the catch, but a nice job of holding on to that football for the Marauders.
Charles, if Flores could have kept his balance, he would have made that 18-yard reception into one a lot longer. Could add 55 yards onto that 18.
They go quickly, the Marauders do. They keep it on the ground. Dina looking for room right side, and boy, he runs into a truck right there. A flag coming in at the back of the play as well.
Yeah, he ran into a truck named Jalen Mitchell. As I said before, he is an enforcer. He's a thumper. And guess who has to check out of the game? Cass Dina may have gotten his bell rung. Watch this. Ka-chow.
Yeah, that's a lot of contact there.
And it doesn't look like it was helmet contact. You know, helmet to helmet. It looked like a solid hit. But they're marching the football back after a flag.
Backpedaling again.
Wow. Just got to drive you nuts if you're Coach Porter.
Absolutely. You just start to wonder, are we ever going to come out of this? Another assessment pushes them back to the 35. Lewis on the ground with the handoff. On the carry, that's Price. Price past midfield on a hard run for Price up to the 47-yard line.
17 yards on the carry by Price, who's spelling Kaz. Kaz may have gotten his bell rung by Turner, who came up. I'm sorry, Jalen Mitchell, who came up to make that big stick 2 plays ago.
2nd down and 4 on the play now for the Marauders after the run by Price.
Price is right.
Lewis, he's right, fires it out in the flats. Catch made there by Brock. And Brock up near the 41-yard line. And that's enough for a Marauder first down.
All right, so here we go.
Starting to sense that they're getting some rhythm here on this possession, Walker, which is what they had early in the football game. Lewis in the pocket, got pressure. This time they collapsed on him. Good defensive effort by the Golden Rams.
Excellent job by Roderick Welsh as well as Maurice McDonald, both getting in on that tackle. And we have an injured player, unfortunately, on the field that they will attain to.
Now for the Golden Rams is the injured player.
Not to speculate, we're seeing it's the one at the end. It may be Ronald Robinson, the defensive lineman. We'll have to hold and see for sure.
Injured player being looked to at field level. We'll take a break here. Back with more football action on HBCU Plus.
This October 10th and 11th, Prime Big Deal Days give Prime members exclusive access to 2 days of big savings, which means you're kind of a big deal. Prime Big Deal Days, October 10th and 11th, only for Prime members.
The walking tree is said to change its entire location in pursuit of sunlight. Where could reinvention take your business? Accenture. Let there be change.
Back in third quarter action at the Coliseum at Albany State University. Derek Drayton to the sideline for the Golden Rams of Albany State. Talk about the Golden Rams and the Marauders of Central State. Both fine coaches for both programs. As we take a look at them in terms of the spotlight presented by Nissan on these two coaches. We'll hold it after that, and we'll give you a chance to talk about those coaches after this play from scrimmage.
Second and long, Charles, as another flag comes out.
So we'll check that flag out at the back of that play. It looks like the Marauders are backpedaling.
Looks like a hold, Charles, against the offense.
Oh, that's going to be a big one there. As they mark off that assessment, we take a look at the coach's spotlight presented by Nissan. Coach Quinn Gray for the Golden Rams of Albany State, former NFL quarterback, FAMU and MEAC Hall of Fame. Leads FAMU in terms of passing yards and touchdown passes for the Rattlers of Florida A&M, and he was there during that Gulf Coast offense, so such a big part of it. As the play goes back to the far side of the field with the throw way downfield, the catch is made there by Chris Cotton. Cotton, the freshman, with the grab.
May have been T.J. McGregor on that catch, Charles. T.J. Gregory, number 19. Is that 19 or 14? My eyes ain't that good, Charles.
I had it as 14, but we'll double check it here. Mine not much better, but good enough to see that sack there in the backfield.
Yeah. Second time this series, Roderick Welsh, the defensive lineman out of Jonesboro, Georgia, has gotten in on a sack. He came into this game with 2.5 sacks on the season. You can add another 2 this afternoon.
So that'll put the football at the 47-yard line. Golden Rams with a 27-0 lead. 9 minutes remains here in this third quarter of action. Golden Rams hosting the Marauders this weekend. They'll be right back here in the Coliseum for homecoming next weekend against the Yellow Jackets of Allen University. There's the kick by Chairs. Sidewinder. Still headed upfield, though. Got a good roll on that one. And it'll go out of bounds or they'll down it near the 11-yard line. So not his best punting effort, but the result he won't complain about. Got it downfield.
Well, I'll take that, Charles. Charles,
Sure.
that ends up being a 40-yard punt, actually. So it will improve on his on his punt per average. Coming in averaging, I want to say 34 yards per punt.
35.4, you're close, Walk.
Okay.
Yeah. Came in 6th in the conference in punting.
Well, Charles, I'll have you know close counts in horseshoes and grenades.
Okay. I don't know about the grenade part, but I'm a peace man, so.
See if Albany State can piece together another score.
Banu has handled all the snaps this afternoon for the Golden Rams as they put it on the ground. Dressed out in the pink socks.
Dominic Davis made that tackle. He's slowing a bit.
And it was.
He looks exhausted there.
The freshman Gaines on the carry for the Golden Rams.
There you go. Look at the Defensive Player of the Week, the SIAC Defensive Player of the Week, and Dominic Davis. He's played a whale of a game here today despite his club trailing 27-0.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when your defense is out there so much, people start to look at the stats kind of skewed because they talk about, well, you got more opportunities, but you still have to make the plays even when your defense is out there for an inordinate amount of time.
And at this point, it looks as though Central State trying to put new combinations, especially on defense. We're getting a look at some second and third line defensive backs.
Banu out in the flats, got the tight end Henderson there. Good job by him coming out and circling that route out to the outside. A nice run after catch for a first down.
Herndon, he's a big target, 6'4", redshirt sophomore from Norcross, Georgia.
So they'll put the football up to the 26. On the ground, coming back for that football. The catch out in the flats.
Small gain on that one, Charles. The receiver slow to get up. Is that Jordan?
Yeah,
he has a little adjustment to make.
Looks like he may be favoring one of their arms, maybe. Or maybe someplace else.
What did you say?
I thought he was maybe holding his wrist on one of his arms, but.
Oh, okay, got you.
Second down effort.
I'm not touching that one, Charles.
Well, if you'll leave it, I'm going to leave it too.
Call the play, man. Second down and 7.
In motion. That's McDonald. Banu going upfield, overshoots intended receiver, though.
Wow.
Laying out for that football was Dorsey, but just a couple yards too far out in front on the pass by Banu.
Devin Dorsey. Does that ring? He's a redshirt junior out of Jonesboro. Did he go to Eagles Landing Christian Academy? Let's see if it has that listed, because that's a name that Dorsey name is familiar to me.
Not listed showing here on the roster from Eagles Landing, but could very well be. It's a very popular school in that area, put on some good quality athletes as well. Third down now. We're down to 6:57 remaining in the third. Whistles and a timeout taken by Coach Gray and the Golden Rams of Albany State.
Okay, Charles, as we assess things here, we're at the halfway point of the SIAC season. We talked about there being 5 schools who are presently undefeated, trying to gain 3 spots. When do you think we'll know definitively, or not necessarily definitively, but who the main characters are, if you will? For example, to begin this season, despite not playing in the championship last year, the Albany State Golden Rams, they were picked to finish second in the predicted order of finish. And, hey, they're performing well right now. They're 3-0 in conference. Do they have what it takes to get to be amongst the top 2?
Well, a lot's going to depend on what happens with the latter part of their schedule, because some of these teams that are in the top 5 that we talked about a few minutes ago, they are going to be meeting each other during the latter part of the second half of the season.
Okay, gotcha.
Take a look at this third down play. We'll add a little bit more to that after this play from scrimmage with 6:57 remaining.
For example, Fort Valley plays against Benedict College. Both of those schools are undefeated, but all SIAC schools don't play all other SIAC schools per se.
Banu fires this one overshooting Jordan at the sideline. And you talk about this team and the Golden Rams of Albany State. Most of the time, their postseason opportunities come based upon what they do in that Fountain City Classic against the Wildcats of Fort Valley, which is the culminating game in the SIAC for them.
Yes.
So there's a lot still out there because some of these teams are going to be matched up, and you never know about some of the other teams that may throw somebody off their rhythm as well.
And history has shown you don't necessarily have to be one of the top SIAC teams to have played in the championship to be considered to make the postseason Division II playoffs.
Sure. It may be a little bit different now as Brown, or Gilbert that is, unloads a punt there. Gilbert Brown does, and gets another forward roll on that one. Yeah, may not be getting the aerial height and distance they wanted with just a straight kick, but they are turning them over and getting the football to roll forward, which adds to the total, yeah.
He'll be credited with a 42-yard punt on that effort.
Just talking about some of the impact on some of the teams that are part of this group of teams we're talking about. They just got information that in the Miles Benedict game, Benedict defeated Miles 27-24. So there you have one of those top 5 teams in the Golden Bears of Miles College suffering a conference loss against a team that's undefeated in conference play. So this is the week that things start to unfold. We may not be able to get some full answers, but things will start to take shape as we get further down in the season. As Jeremy Clark, the grad student, makes a catch in the left flats and turns it upfield for a first down.
And Charles, here where we'll see, again, second and third line players getting an opportunity to perform. Now, one name that we didn't mention so far today was Micah Lowe, who plays for Central State. He's a University of Louisville transfer. We hadn't had a chance to see him play today because of injury. But because of injuries and a lack of performance by some of the starters, you kind of go down on the roster to see who can give you what at this point.
So football will be at the 44-yard line to get this thing started again for the Marauders. We go down to 5:52 left in the third. Lewis toward the sideline, overthrown downfield. Receiver cutting his route out toward the sideline, and Lewis throwing it further downfield for an incompletion.
And we talked about quarterback play for Central State, still waiting in the wings. I know you said Kendall Boney got in for a play. He's played it, transferred over from Southern University.
Flores.
Will he get an opportunity, Charles, in the fourth quarter?
Yeah, you got to really, they throw this one, and there's a pick six coming right your way. Right at the sideline, anticipated by Price. Correction, and he's in there for the interception and touchdown.
Price, quite nice. Eric Price, the defensive lineman out of nearby Leesburg, Georgia. Huh.
Boy, stepped right into the lane on that one. You could see that one coming a mile away.
Charles, you called that like while the ball was in the air.
Yeah, he's right on top of that one. He was the nearest man. Yeah, good play by him, anticipating that route. They obviously have seen that play develop from the film room at Albany State, and Price got the easy pick six.
And what athleticism, as you see, the defensive coordinators, Chris Cash and Matt Brown, those two guys over the moon because of that defensive effort.
So Mashburn on now with the point after. He knocks that through. Flag coming in at the end of that extra point attempt. Likely going to be some frustrations showing themselves after that exchange with the touchdown and the point after.
Yeah, I think they're giving Daniel Wayne the business, the long snapper, or the snapper on special teams. I think they're giving them the business underneath the pile there, and the officials taking exception to that, and might be rough. It might be a unsportsmanlike conduct here. Might be a 15-yarder.
That one actually going against the Golden Rams.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
So,
maybe there's some international trade going on.
Sure. Must have had the wrong currency up in there.
Somebody was giving somebody else the business.
Right. That business is going the other way, right?
They're exporting.
Right.
All right, so if that penalty, not if, but since that penalty was assessed against the Golden Rams, it should give this Central State Marauders offense decent field goal position. They'll look to have this football returned back to at least their own 40-yard line, I'd say. And that would be considered very good field position.
Just keeping track of some of the other scores from some of the teams we were talking about that were part of that group of 5 that were undefeated. Fort Valley early ball game against the Tigers of Savannah State with an early 7-0 lead in the first quarter of that contest.
All right, so let's see how the Marauders respond. It's all about how you respond, not when things are going great, but when you've really got the odds against you.
Yeah, you think about it, Dwayne. Now you talk about where they are as it relates to the season. Week 5 of the season, they got beat the Marauders last weekend in week 4, 40-7 against the Golden Bears of Miles College. They meet another team in that top 5 that's undefeated. And right now that score looks to be headed somewhere in that same direction as it relates to a final, unless they can put something together here in this third quarter and into the fourth.
They need to advance this ball past the 40-yard line. They'll have their opportunity. It's going to be stopped right there at the 40. So, Charles, that's going to be considered, in my opinion, fantastic field position, as now these teams need to, remain composed here.
Flag came in at the 40-yard line behind the kicking team. So we'll see what that's about. We know that tempers are starting to flare because on that kick there, you see some of the players tangling up. But you get the sense there with that kick, that squib kick by the Golden Rams on special teams, that was probably specifically designed to ensure that they didn't get a good return with that short field already.
Right.
And you start talking about being special on special teams, even the strategy as it relates to special teams, you even have to think about that in terms of the long arc of the ball game.
And Charles, as we get deeper into this game, it is more than likely we're going to see some unfamiliar faces who may have not gotten a lot of time the first 5 games of the season. Because keep in mind, Charles, it's a foot race to the top 2, and you're going to put your best out there pretty much at all times.
No, I agree with you. You start surveying the rest of the schedule for the Golden Rams of Albany State, assuming that they are successful in this ball game. You would think that they still have some wood to chop as well, because they have Allen at home coming next weekend, which is definitely no pushover there.
Right.
And then they'll have Edward Waters, followed by Miles, and then Fort Valley. So they've got a lot of blockage they've got to get through as well.
And now, Charles, we talked about when will we see our quarterback, Kendall Boney, get an opportunity, and he has been inserted into the game. So there you're going to look. He'll wear jersey number 10. He's a 5'11 redshirt sophomore. Played at Southern University.
So you talk about the 3 quarterbacks that we thought we would probably see given desperation times. We've seen the third here. And you have to really start wondering, if you don't get results somewhere out of that trio, do you look somewhere else on your roster for something? Cross the middle lane traffic. This one wrestled away, and looks like the Golden Rams have taken it away for an interception.
He just took his lunch money, Charles. If this is Albany State's ball, that would just be a case in which the Albany State player just took his lunch money.
Sure. Just wanted it absolutely more. He's coming away, can't believe that. I think on the coverage it was Devontae James who stepped in there, but it looks like they're going to give that football to the Marauders of Central State.
And again, I see a number of the starters for the Golden Rams on the sidelines. Jalen Mitchell, who's played big and had a big impact today, is on the sideline. Amon Ross on the sideline as well. So we're getting a look at a bunch of second and third line personnel for the Albany State Golden Rams.
Sure, and rightfully so, as Boney tries to keep it up the middle, and he's stopped after maybe a yard progress. And at some point you're going to get the sense from Coach Porter that we've tried to go up top, tried to make a game of this by just stretching the field, have not had very much success throwing the football. Now we're just going to sit on the thing and run with it and see if we can make something happen on the ground and just take our chances there.
Well, not only there, you've got to test the waters with what personnel you have to see who can do what. And again, it's really gut check time at this point, at this juncture in the game. You're trailing 34-0. Odds are you're not coming back. And so now it's all about heart.
Cheers to punt it away. Got it airborne. And this one rolls inside of the 15-yard line, is where the Golden Rams will take possession of the football.
That'll go in the books as a 40-yard punt.
Yeah.
Both our punters performing here this afternoon.
And to your point, Dwayne, about new players getting into that Golden Ram lineup, back to receive that punt was a younger player for the Golden Rams to receive it for them. Likely would have seen someone else like Jackson had that, been a situation where been a regular exchange during the course of the ball game. But we will see a lot of new players out here for the Golden Rams as they lead it 34-0 with 3:15 left in the third.
Well, Charles, I don't know if they're really calling off the dogs yet now. Banu's out there who started. Frazier, who has the football now, is still in. But I get what you're saying. Oh, on the interior part of the line. Yeah, there you go, Charles. On the interior side of the line, you're
That's
seeing
normally
more.
Where it starts, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Yes, sir.
Yep. That was.
But I got to tell you something, Charles. I'm not against keeping the gas on.
Well, and one of the reasons is because Banu, he's not had very many snaps during the course of the year, so you got to kind of get his rhythm in play and give him full game activity to make sure that happens.
Yeah.
But with an eye that at some point you don't want the risk of an injury.
Right.
But maybe, with 2:34 left in the third, you're right, it's not time to pull the plug on anything yet, because also have to remember that factored into postseason play as Banu tries to take off left side and he's pulled down from behind.
Yes.
That sometimes it's the margins of wins of your win that really factors into whether you actually where you get seated and the like as it relates to postseason play.
Oh, no question. And we've mentioned about Deontay Banu. He got the start this afternoon because the regular starting quarterback Isaiah Knowles was injured in last week's victory over Kentucky State. He got hurt on a 48-yard scamper that ended in an arm injury. And the reports we've received from the Albany State side is that he could miss a couple of games.
Indeed, got that from Dr. Anders Brown, Assistant AD for Athletic Strategic Communications, said it's 2 or 3 weeks out. Banu taking advantage of his playing time on that sprint right side, past the markers for another big ground gainer for the Golden Rams.
And again, Banu, no stranger to this position as it relates to playing time. He's been with the program now. This is his 4th year, and he's gotten playing time in each of those years. So it's nice to see him stick with it and accept his role as a backup, but still be able to come in to perform when they need him, and he has.
Shoots one out here in the flats. Catch made there at the sideline. Looks like that's Lovett with the grab. And Lovett up near the 40-yard line with that catch. And you factor in the fact that Banu was second-team all-conference coming into the regular season.
Yes. So it's not like he's a slouch or anything like that. He ranked as one of the top 2 quarterbacks in the league.
Yeah, we talked about it with Coach Gray. He said the only real difference was he just got a little bit more production with Knowles running the football than Banu. But Banu has really shown some nice hops in terms of running the football this afternoon. Big ground play previous to this one. Now he floats one upfield, double coverage. Laying out for it was Dorsey. Can't pull it in, though.
I like it, though, Charles. Some might argue, hey, why are you throwing the football? Why are you trying to score? Well, because you keep score. That's why.
Sure.
That's why.
That's the guy. I said, well, why'd you rob the bank? Well, that's where the money was.
That's where the money at.
Sure. There's an adage in football as if you want me to stop scoring, you stop me.
Yeah. But it's all relative here. Time and point of the game, we still have a full quarter of football to play with just 26 ticks remaining in the third quarter. So it's not like you can't play football. So you still got to play.
Sure. Yeah. On the ground. It's Gaines looking for some room. Breaks to the second wave of the defense. Slices through and runs it for the first down.
And, Charles, some runners, it takes them a while to get going. Now, Gaines has been performing since the first quarter, but it seems as though the more carries he gets, the more volatile he gets. You just saw there in the picture he was clapping his hands. He wants more, and he will get more.
Yeah, he's clapping his hands because we've come to the end of the third quarter. He's clapping his hands because the Golden Rams lead it 34-0. We'll clap our hands and take a break and back with the fourth on HBCU Plus.
We don't want diabetes to overtake us.
To rob us.
To break us.
So we're standing tall.
Pushing for affordable insulin.
Lifting up people in need.
And seeking a cure through research.
So we can end diabetes for good.
Someday you won't need us.
Until then,
we fight.
Back to the start of the fourth. Couple of plays by the Golden Rams of Albany State. First, Frederick on a run, Gaines on a run left side, and this play just culminating with Dorsey with a catch that puts the Golden Rams inside of the red zone to start the fourth quarter.
And before that, it was a run by Fredericks, a 10-yard run, and then that pass there complete to Dorsey.
Straight ahead run there, pushes it inside the 15.
And Charles, my daughter just texted me to let me know that is Devin Dorsey from Eagles Landing Christian Academy. They both attended school together.
There you go. Got a confirmation from a reliable source in the Walker household. Wow.
hey, wait a minute. That was a dig against me.
Really?
There's Gaines once again, Charles. And you can look at how pumped he wants that rock. I love it. Sure. He wants more.
Thank you, Christina. Banu steps up under center. This time they do I formation.
More Gaines.
McDonald, the lead back. On the ground, Gaines slides right side. Met there with a wall by the Marauders down near the 4.
Yeah, Charles, it looks like we may have an injured player down on the field for the Golden Rams. It looks like Abraham Clinkscales. He was down, but he gets back up. There you look at this defense, the Central State Marauders. Charles, they look a little bit winded right now. They look tired.
Oh, yeah. They've been out there a while. Sure. And that's the scenario you run into when you're not able to just fully take control of the offense, generate points on the board. That just means that possession-wise, time of possession, you're always trailing, and that means your defense is out there longer, and the results just don't favor you, as you see coming off the field there.
Look at that body language from Michael Sherrill. It's just of utter defeat. I like that his teammates are coming over to help him off on the sidelines. I love that. That's beautiful right there.
It's a war within itself without having to be on the field for a protracted amount of time.
Right.
But the more you stay out there, just the toll that it takes on you just in every play, particularly if you're a lineman, you're going to get touched at least on every play. It wears on you.
Naked backfield now for Banu, Charles. No running backs aside from him. He might keep the football here.
2nd and goal to go. Ball fake, fires across the middle, got Dorsey in stride, and Dorsey with the touchdown grab.
Devin Dorsey, the Eagles Landon Christian Academy product, won multiple state championships in high school with the Eagles Landon Christian Academy program. Transfers over here to Albany State and making it his impact felt.
Boy, you talk about spreading the wealth. Banu has been able to do it with several receivers, touchdown grabs in this football game. Dorsey gets one on that one.
I'm like ultra excited now. I can't hide my excitement, man.
Mashburn, he'll come on. He can add to your excitement with the point after.
Mashburn, I believe, has been perfect this season on extra point attempts.
Kick in place, and that's good. Yeah, he was 6 of 6 coming into today's ball game, and he has not missed this afternoon. And the Golden Rams have not missed very much either. They lead at 41-0 over the Marauders of Central State. And we are at 13 minutes remaining in the football game.
Charles, if this was Little League, you'd look for the mercy rule here where you just kind of like let the clock run.
Sure.
Because it is getting out of hand. And to be perfectly honest with you, Charles, even though it is college football, and yeah, you play for 4 quarters, but I think there should be some type of rule if you're down by X many points, et cetera, et cetera. I really do believe that. Why slow it down?
Well, I think one of the concessions was what you talked about earlier, that on the first downs, it's only inside the remaining 2 minutes. That was some attempt to get to that, but not as fully. I understand what you're saying. Not as fully as, okay, let's just throw in a towel and let's just get this thing running or do a runoff.
Right.
Yeah.
So now I will tell you this, Charles, as it relates to strategy now if I'm Albany State and Coach Quinn Gray. Now you're up 41-0. So at this point when I get the football, I'm not running a play unless it's under 5 seconds left on the play clock.
Sure.
To maximize, and if you want to maximize, you run it down to 2 or 1, but you get the drift. So you want to intentionally play smart down the stretch.
Sure, I agree with you. And burn the time before you run that play, yeah, just to help run the time.
And this way it saves your defense from having to be on the field. Just all multiple pluses here.
Killebrew and Wash standing deep for the kick from Brown. It'll be Wash over the shoulder at the 2. Wash to the 10. Works it right side. Lost the football. It's loose on the surface. Golden Rams jumping and shouting, saying they have it.
Oh, yeah. I love it. I love it. I love it. Now, I want you to see how cool Jace Edwards plays this on the special teams. I believe he calls the strip, but watch how cool he does it. Let's see. Strip. Right there, he's on the ground, and he gets up. He does, yeah, I did that. And he runs right to the bench, looking over, saying, that's all me right there.
Sure.
Look at him.
Yeah,
Look at him. He's looking back. Come on, fellas, that was all me.
You saw me. You saw me. Nice play on that. Good call. That's what happened at the very back of that run.
Yeah,
got in there and got a hand on it.
And, Charles, and in that respect, that's what it's all about. Maximizing your opportunities no matter what time of game it is. So I love that, especially on special teams.
Well, let's see what they employ now as it relates to the clock management now. They go on 17 seconds as Boney has it left side.
That may be Sullivan, Coach. That might be Sullivan, Charles.
I'm sorry, you're right. It is Sullivan. Sullivan for the Golden Rams, absolutely. but they didn't do what you talked about in terms of running the clock down on that play.
Yeah,
and it's probably because you got these new players in here who want to get into some of the scoring as well, and you have to respect that to some degree as a coach.
Yeah, but you can still do that within the framework of the offense. If I'm coach, I'm still running this play clock down to under 5 seconds. Now, there's 21 seconds left on the clock, so plenty of meat on the bone. So right here, I'm not trying to extend plays. But Frazier, like I said, he's going to end up with his biggest afternoon of his young career. And look at him flexing his muscles. He's going to go for over 100 yards here this afternoon, Charles.
Indeed. Gaines, the freshman, on that carry. Got it inside of the 10. He's still in there behind the quarterback, Sullivan.
Gaines had 64 yards, Charles, through 3 quarters of play.
There he is again there, Walker, but the pack for Central State pushes him back on that play. Yeah, and another factor, too, while we're talking about that rundown on the clock before the play. Now, remember that their whole offensive scheme is tempoed based upon a quick go.
Right.
So it may be that they have not had many reps or at running clock down before they run the play because it destroys that tempo they're trying to create by going quick.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, don't get me wrong, Charles. I understand what you're saying. But now as we look, we have some fresh blood in there. We've got Alsmanad Thomas, the running back, the redshirt sophomore, is in the game now.
Sullivan pulled down from behind, but got it airborne, and just in time for the touchdown. Javion Jackson, the redshirt freshman, beat the defense.
Wow, Javion Jackson has performed this afternoon. And Charles, we mentioned that he had 2 receiving touchdowns last week. And dare I say, is that 2 again this week?
Got a couple of flags down here, Walk. Let's check those. It goes against the Golden Rams, unfortunately.
Might be. Is it celebration after the play, Charles, or was that assessed after the play?
Well, they're marking it off here, so it was something that took place during the course of that play. And a great effort there by Sullivan at quarterback. Just pulled down at the very last minute, but enough presence and strength to get that football to Jackson, but it's nullified by the assessment.
So, as you mentioned, Charles, take that touchdown reception off the board.
And the football now pushed back outside of the 10-yard line. So, Alsmanad Thomas there in the backfield now with Sullivan. Whistles on that play as they started up from the line of scrimmage, and another flag.
Looks like an illegal procedure on that one, Charles, to move him back 5 more.
And this is one of the things that you run into, Walk, when you start talking about substitute players coming into the ball game now. The number of penalties start to increase. Got players out there excited about playing, and sometimes it's really like their first spot of duty in terms of active play. A little bit jittery and a little bit antsy to get things started.
That's why everything should be on go or on 1, first count, as soon as he claps his hands. See what I mean? See, and Charles, that's precisely my point right there. Right? The quarterback's in position. You've got new personnel. Let's simplify the offense. We're going on first clap. But you saw there Sullivan claps his hand? No. But then the offensive lineman on the right side moves, and you can't have that. So just simplify the offense. We'll run it on first go and leave it at that.
Well, they can't leave it at that one on that play. They back them up 5. I hear your point loud and clear that you can simplify it for those guys that are coming in as reservists.
What are they saying in that huddle right there, Charles? Or that one, more importantly?
Yeah.
I like the fact that the guys still have their heads up. I like that. And if they're being attentive and they are listening to the coaching staff, those are all positives.
Sure. You got to remember, we talked about this when we profiled Coach Porter early in this football game now, that he is in the same type situation he was in at Fort Valley.
Oh, yeah.
Where he's taking over a program that has not experienced the quality of winning in several years.
And Charles, if we were to have an open and honest conversation about it, there's a difference, in my opinion, for a school like Central State, which is located in Wilberforce, Ohio, up in Ohio. There's a different mentality up north as it relates to college football and football in general as compared to schools in the South. That's just a fact.
Now, there was some conversation about that, you're right, on yesterday about that same thing about whether there's a different approach. Even we had it with Coach Porter a little bit about that. But you got to also include in that factor now, you start thinking about coaches like Billy Joe at Central State that maybe even overcame those type obstacles and put up some winning years for the Marauders at Central State where they won multiple championships.
That's why I think it makes it much more, of a challenge for a program like Central State.
Great.
The climate is obviously much cooler than it is in the South, and that might not be attractive to some of the players that, let's just say, play year-round. They don't have 7-on-7s in Cleveland, Ohio, or Wilberforce, Ohio in November and December.
Not that I'm aware.
Or even in March.
Sure. Yeah, the weather makes a big difference as it relates to that. On the ground, this is Sullivan, looks for some room right side.
And for the Albany State Golden Rams this afternoon, they certainly addressed a lot of their issues coming in despite having a 3-2 overall record, 3-0 in the SIAC. But the fact of the matter is they had not scored a rushing touchdown, but they get that off the checklist with a couple of rushing touchdowns thanks to Frederick Gaines, the freshman who's been phenomenal today. Special teams have come up big. We talked about Rashad Jordan's efforts, as well as this guy in the game right now, Eli Mashburn, attempting a 33-yard field goal.
Brown the hold, there's a snap, plenty of distance on the kick. And Mashburn missed this one right side. Wow, late call by the officials under the goalpost, but that one's missed by Mashburn.
Announcer's jinx.
Yeah, I guess you put it on him. Yeah.
I should have kept my mouth closed on that one, Charles.
So Mashburn misses that field goal.
Only the second missed field goal attempt. He had one blocked last week against Kentucky State, but aside from that, he's been brilliant. Up to this point, he has not missed an extra point all season as well.
It was not an issue of distance on the kick by him. Could clear the uprights by 20 additional yards, just didn't have the accuracy.
Look at Quinn Gray still coaching despite leading 41-0.
Well, we talked about it in terms of him. He said that this program prides itself on a winning it all mentality. With a high snap there, Marauders keep it on the ground. Tough hit there on the inside on the carry. But that's the kind of thing that Coach Gray was talking about when we caught up with him, was that, this is what he's coming into as it relates to the Golden Ram program, is that that's what was presented to him coming in, is that one of the players said to him that, hey, we pride ourselves on a winning mentality and winning it all, because that's what we're used to.
Devontae James on that last tackle, Charles.
It's Talik Battle with a catch there out in the flats for the Marauders of Central State.
And Charles, with these second and third line defensive backs in, this is where you can look for Brandon Brock, the All-SIAC receiver, to try to get something downfield, extended downfield, over the top. Let's see.
First down effort. They are going up top. They float it out there, and just on cue, there's Brock with a catch right there near midfield. You got a day job?
What do you mean?
You should be coaching.
No, I shouldn't take credit for that. That's Talik Battle. We'll give him credit. Sometimes the number's scrunched, so it looks like a number 4, Charles, but it's actually number 9 there in your screen. Talik Battle, the 5'8" freshman out of Queens, New York, and my alma mater, the University of Buffalo.
There is another pick there at the sideline by that Golden Ram defense. That one almost for a pick 6 as well.
You gotta love it.
Golden Rams just having their way defensively. They'll have the football again with 8:38 remaining in the contest. Pick at that sideline. Another good job by the defense. That was Rosando Luis coming away with that interception for the Golden Rams at the sideline. Let's take another look at as they stretch it at the sideline there.
Miraculous play there, Charles, by Cameron Watts. We talked about some of these players getting their first times to shine. Cameron Watts out of Tyrone, Georgia.
Got his first pick of the campaign. Running it back to the inside.
Clock still ticking, Charles, now with 8:20 to play in the fourth quarter.
Pierce getting a chance to handle the football from the running back position. And they force a timeout from the Marauders of Central State. So Malik Pierce, the grad student, he'll have the advantage of taking some more snaps here. You talked about the performance by Frederick Gaines in this ball game from the running back spot. Got most of the snaps in this contest. Thomas got a couple, but now with 8:15 left in the ball game, Malik Pierce is inserted into the running back spot now for the Golden Rams. Marauders of Central State, after today's ball game, they will meet the Tigers of Savannah State back at home. And then they'll meet Clark Atlanta, Lane College, and finish up the campaign with the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State.
I can't wait to see this schedule, more of the schedule as we get later into the season. Because, Charles, Benedict College, who hasn't lost a game since the 2021 season, is that correct, Charles?
Well, you count the
not the playoff
so
game.
yeah,
I'm talking about an SIAC play.
Right, yes.
Which is phenomenal in itself, but really it's who runs into them as the season goes along. So basically what we need to do, Charles, is look at the Benedict College, their remaining schedule, and compare that to who they play and who's sitting on top or amongst the top 5 in the league. And those teams who they don't face have a decisively better opportunity or chance, in my opinion, of reaching the top 2.
I'll buy that. Makes perfect sense. Benedict, no doubt, coming in, seated the #1 team in the conference. This is Pierce, got some room right side, looking for a pylon, fights his way in, touchdown, Golden Rams.
Touchdown number 3 on the season. They're racking them up this afternoon, Charles. 3rd rushing touchdown. Frederick Gaines with 2. Now Malik Pierce with 1.
So Pierce, with his first touchdown run of the season, just beat the defense to the corner. Watch that effort there. Just ran through potential coverage at the goal line for the touchdown.
Fresh legs, Charles, and just barreled his way in. And he's a graduate student, Charles. So we've seen Malik Pierce get time under Coach G, and now under another Coach G, Coach Gray, getting some opportunities as well.
Yeah, they are able to spread the wealth here this afternoon. Mashburn knocks the point after through. And it is a 48-0 lead for the Golden Rams. 7:22 remains here at the Coliseum.
Wow.
Yeah, not a whole lot the Marauders are going to be able to do about the outcome of this football game.
No, again, but as long as there's time on the clock, Charles, you do have to try to find some positives. You have to try to get some inkling of momentum going, whether it be on the offensive side, whether it goes on the defensive side, or even in special teams. You're just looking for positive plays.
Yeah, as a coaching staff, Coach Porter and the rest of his coaching staff really, like you say, have to really dial in now and start to find wins on individual plays, not necessarily touchdowns or anything else that's going to change the result of the ball game, but hey, you did a fine job of holding that block. Hey, you did a fine job of defending that receiver down the field. You got to find something that will allow these kids to continue to believe that our whole all season is just lost and we should all just give up.
Right.
And that stems from what the coaches do. They know that it's mostly about leadership and then just putting these kids in a situation where they can encourage them rather than downgrade them because of the score.
Absolutely. But I got to tell you, in this particular situation, in this game, since, I mean, I would still have my starters in if I'm Central State, because, again, you want to try to get some type of momentum going, and you have to try to find mismatches. So there's no reason why you're not trying to get the football to Brandon Brock, who is going against non-starters on the Albany State side of the football field. So those are the mismatches you need to try to take advantage of while you have the opportunity.
Yeah, they are meeting a real tough part of their road as it relates to their schedule. Lost 40-7 to the Golden Bears last week. Miles losing this afternoon to the #1 seed Tigers of Benedict, 27-24 in a tight football game.
Well, Benedict, they've got a short window, Charles, because if I'm not mistaken, somewhere around the 12th, they're going to take on the Fort Valley State squad, and that's going to be a Thursday night affair on ESPNU.
Indeed, you're right. And I'm not sure if it's this weekend or this week that they do it on this Thursday, but you're right, as the season starts to unfold.
Yeah.
But it's also an opportunity for the Tigers of Benedict to keep knocking down people that, you know, they know that are part of this 5-team mix that they need to defeat every time they play. They got one today with the Golden Bears of Miles College, and then they'll meet Fort Valley in that ball game. But the Golden Rams of Albany State can clear some lanes for themselves if they continue doing what they're doing here and in the next few ball games. Short kick, and this is Kennebrew with the football, and works it near midfield, and that's where the pack gathers there. We'll see where they sort and mark the football after players untangle.
And again, Charles, it's very important that both of these teams try to maintain your composure. You don't want anyone being thrown out of the game and having to successively sit out additional games. So it's important that you try to keep your composure. And it looks as though the Central State Marauders are going to go back with their starting quarterback, and Brandon Kiles will get the nod here as we move. I'm looking to see if I see Brandon Brock in the game right now, looking for a #4.
Don't believe he's out here in this set, as Kiles, as you indicate, comes back in at quarterback. Kiles going to keep it himself left side. Stumbles ahead for about 3 yards, and as we look at far side of the field, Brock is out there, lined up in the slot at the top of the screen at this point for the Marauders of Central State. So maybe trying to do exactly what you're talking about, Walker. Find a situation where you can get him into a mismatch.
All right. And now he's matched up against. There's a broken play right there. Just get down, young man. Take the loss. Oh, and he doesn't go down, but he's going to take a loss on that play of 7 yards. They're going to mark it at the 45-yard line, Charles.
Yeah. Just everything breaking down now for the Marauders of Central State. And as you survey the jerseys for the Marauders on that offensive line, looks like a lot of players out there that have not actually seen the playing surface prior to this possession. So clean, as Kiles will keep another foot runner left side, and this time runs out of bounds.
All right, it's 4th down, and the Marauders are going to bring the punting unit on. I don't know why. Because in this particular situation, you're down 48-0, you might as well go for it. So it's not going to matter if you lose 48-0, 51-0, or 55-0.
Well, with so many new players out there, we'll see if they actually do just kick it away. And before they do that, a timeout taken by the Golden Rams of Albany State.
We just had a player run on the field.
And this is another thing you'll run into.
Jersey number 30. That's not Stephon Pierre. He's still not playing, is he? The former defensive SIAC Defensive Player of the Year. Hey, that young man could play some football.
Oh, sure. But he's not out there.
He's not. You sure that's not? You sure? Because look, man, I'm looking for number 30 here. I'm trying to. Is that him, man? Is he out on the field?
So the Golden Rams take the timeout here with 5:39 remaining. And we were joking about it, but of course, it's a situation where you got new players out there who don't really know when they're supposed to be in the ball game because they've never had a chance to get in there.
Right.
And if you're assigned for special teams and you don't know it, you're sideline just doing what you normally do, supporting the team from the sideline. You could miss.
You miss your
assignment.
calling. That's
Sure.
right.
Sure.
All right, there you look at deep for Albany State, and this young man has had a big game so far, Javion Jackson.
Jackson's with the touchdown grab for sure.
Hey, he's averaging 18.3 yards per punt return out of Jonesboro, Georgia.
They do kick it. Jackson got it fielded there at the 23-yard line. I don't think he called fair catch. I think he just went straight to a knee after making the catch. So that's where the offense for the Golden Rams will take over with a commanding 48-0 lead.
32 yards on that punt, 5:32 remaining in the fourth quarter.
So the Golden Rams of Albany State at home this afternoon. They're going to push their record to 4-2 overall. But more importantly for them, they stay undefeated in conference play at 4-0. The loss by the Miles College Bears this afternoon certainly will lend to some kind of shakeup and understanding what the rankings are right now with everybody just being undefeated. It was difficult to determine who's one and who's two. It's just you got to block them all together as undefeated at this point in the season.
Well, hey, even though Miles suffered a 3-point loss this afternoon, you got to take your hat off to what Coach Sam Shade has done with that Miles College program, especially after going just 1-9 last year, but certainly turning things around this year.
Sure, it speaks to the quality of the choice that they made about choosing him as head coach to come in and in effect try to reshape the program.
And listen, Charles, this SIAC conference, they've had some meaningful victories this year over the past couple years, especially over SWAC opponents. We talked about Central State beginning the year with a victory over Mississippi Valley State at the Chicago Classic. And then we mentioned Miles defeating Albany State, or not Albany State, excuse me, Alabama State earlier this season as well.
Indeed. Just getting an update from Dr. Ernest Brown here in athletics that the score in the Savannah State Fort Valley ball game, which is a game that's being played in Fort Valley, 17-3 lead for the Tigers of Savannah State.
Ooh.
Yeah, surprising.
Listen, Fort Valley State coming into this season, Charles, you think Benedict College supposedly had it going on, but no SIAC team had more preseason predicted performers, all SIAC performers, than Fort Valley. They had double-digit players on that list.
Yeah, it's a talented team. And on the ground, stretching it, this is Rodriguez. Sincere Rodriguez is very sincere about that run as he got it down the field inside of the 40-yard line.
Depending on where they mark it, Charles.
Flags coming in at the back of that play, and this is exactly what you do not want to see.
As we get a look at the replay, excellent job of running the football.
And whatever's transpiring is transpiring back up the field after that play is already passed on the run by Rodriguez. So they're going to tack that on after the run there, Walker.
All right, so
Defensive
you'll give Rodriguez credit for a 36-yard jaunt, longest of his career. Congratulations. And now he'll march back out there. He'll be in the backfield as the clock continues to move now. 3:46, 3:45 to go in the fourth quarter of play.
Boney, the redshirt sophomore, gives it to Rodriguez again, this time left side.
And Charles, in this instant, you're going to hear a lot of quick whistles because obviously play is getting choppy with the 48-0 lead. The Marauders have their feelings hurt. The Golden Rams are feeling themselves, and that's going to cause some friction. So you want to get out of here unscathed, basically.
Football at the 29-yard line. Trying to see if I can't pick up this chant down here to our right. As fans down there encouraging the Golden Rams in this offensive set. Now they're doing what you talked about, Dwayne, being a little bit more deliberate about taking time off the play clock before they run the play. They do this one 8 seconds. And this is Sincere right side. Rodriguez this time bottled up at the line of scrimmage. Good defensive surge by the Marauders at the sideline. Leading that charge was Romello Eafen.
And Charles, these are names we have not called all year long.
Sure. Melvin Howard in on that play for the Marauders also. .48 Golden Rams of Albany State just trying to make a statement this afternoon against the Marauders of Central State. Biggest point production for the Golden Rams on the season. Slicing back to the inside is Pierce on the carry. Pierce has already notched his first touchdown of the season.
And that's got to feel good as a grad student, putting a little icing on the cake of your career, having the opportunity to get in and get some playing time. And keep in mind, under the last regime, Pierce had a role on this squad, a significant role.
Sure. Ball fake Boney. He'll try to take it up himself and hit there at the line of scrimmage and knocked back.
Sullivan on that carry. And as we get a look at the Marauders defense, they're huffing and puffing. Even the second liners and third liners have their hands on hips. So it's been a tough day at the ballpark. I'm sorry, a tough day at the football field for these Central State Marauders.
Sullivan, the sophomore, as you indicate, Dwayne there, stopped at the line of scrimmage. Beg your pardon on that. That'll make it 2nd down and 12.
And Charles, I know we're talking about this field here at Albany State. It reminds me of some of the fields out in Colorado, near Colorado Springs, like on the Air Force, where the field is kind of like buried underneath the,
sure,
what do you call it? The landscape, if you will, like in a bowl, like it is here.
Yeah,
very picturesque. Yes,
yeah, sure. The only thing we're missing here are mountains. That's
right.
But it does sit in the bowl here at Albany State. Nicely designed. And a welcome addition to the beautiful Albany State University campus. As we are down to 30 seconds remaining in this football game, with little doubt about the outcome. All Golden Rams. And you reflect back on the start for the Marauders in their first possession of the ball game. We felt like they were getting ready to break out of that cycle, but fell back into the same rhythm of penalties that really took them out of their rhythm of the ball game and come away with a resounding loss to the Golden Rams of Albany State. Golden Rams with a 48-0 win over the Marauders of Central State. We'll take a timeout and back here to wrap things up on HBCU Plus.
Nope, not going in. Not gonna drown today.
Fixing your credit score can be scary, but with Credit Versio, we take the fear out of it.
Okay, you can do this. Be brave. Don't cry again. Hey, this isn't too bad.
Credit Versio helps dispute negative marks on your credit using our state-of-the-art technology that guides you every step of the way. It's never been easier to fix your credit and increase your credit score. Seriously, you can do this. Visit creditversio.com right now to get started.
The American Diabetes Association has been here for more than 80 years.
But we don't want to
This October 10th and 11th.
University post-game show from here. News all good for the Golden Rams with a 48-0 win over the Marauders of Central State University. Marauders came on the road hoping they could change their fortunes and come into Albany and steal a game from one of the conference leaders in the Golden Rams of Albany State, but that was not happening. Looked good early on, but the wheels just fell off early in the football game.
I mean, Charles, the wheels fell completely off. We were definitely misled. Central State, they came out moving the offense in the first quarter of play, first possession, and then they got hit with a couple of penalties, and that was one of the keys that they had to avoid. They had to avoid making mistakes and having self-inflicted wounds, and they had a bunch of them so far in this afternoon, including 4 turnovers in which the Albany State Golden Rams took advantage of. 4 turnovers, a fumble, 3 interceptions, 1 went back for a touchdown. So all in all, it was just I hate to say it, but just a dismal performance by Central State.
As you take a look at some of the numbers, the Marauders with just 121 yards overall in this football game compared to over 350 for the Golden Rams of Albany State. Thought the challenge would be for the Golden Rams to try to come in and shut down Dina and the rest of the offense for the Marauders of Central State. They held Dina to just 19 yards in total rushing for this football game. So the Golden Rams, you talked about taking advantage of the turnovers by the Marauders, but the Golden Rams really put up a stiff defense in their own right in this football game.
Yeah, and again, in stopping Tina the way they did, only a paltry 19 yards rushing, that's just a testament to this Albany State defense and their co-defensive coordinators, Chris Cash and Matt Brown. But all said and done, Coach Quinn Gray, he accomplished what he wanted to. He wanted to control the line of scrimmage coming into this contest. ASU had not scored a rushing touchdown, but they scored not one, not two, but three of them this afternoon. They controlled the line of scrimmage. They got a fantastic performance from freshman Frederick Gaines, and all in all, very impressive performance. On the special teams, Rashawn Jordan did his job. Place kicker Eli Mashburn hit on a duo of field goals and converted on his extra point attempts. So again, all in all, a very good performance by Albany State as you get a look at Eric Price taking one to the house.
I was on that pick six, but in this ball game, it was going to be a real question mark about quarterback with Deontay Banu coming in to take the snaps from Knowles. How would he fare in this football game? Seemed to settle in very well in this contest and did a good job for the Golden Rams.
Well, he did, and I think if we're being honest, Deontay Banu right now is kind of a placeholder until Isaiah Knowles comes back. At least that's the way I see it. Because again, the fact of the matter is Isaiah Knowles, the transfer from the Naval Academy, he brings in a certain cachet when he has the football in his hands with his ability to run with the football. And that's an added dimension that makes this offense pretty potent. But listen, again, I admire Banu for accepting his role and controlling what he can control. But overall, an impressive performance for him.
Golden Rams with a commanding 48-0 win over the Marauders of Central State. Golden Rams now go to 4-2 on the campaign. They go to 4-0 in SIAC play. But Marauders of Central State, they fall to 1-5. And they will fall to 0-4 as it relates to SIAC play. So the Golden Rams win it 48-0 over the Marauders of Central State. And Dwayne, as usual, great working with you in the broadcast.
Oh, it was incredible, Charles. I thoroughly enjoyed it. And thanks going out to HBCU Plus.
Special thanks to ASU President Dr. Marion Ross Fedrick, the Director of Athletics Christine Kelly, Head Coaches Quinn Gray of Albany State and Kevin Porter of Central State University, Marquette Burnett, our producer and technical director, and Lisa Burnett, our producer director, for a fine job that they do week in and week out. Our camera crew, Dania Woody, Devin Wright, and Hyson Khan with a great job with the cameras. Special thanks to Dr. Ernest Brown, Assistant AD for Strategic Communications at Albany State University on Breast Cancer and Teacher Appreciation Day here at Albany State. Glad to be able to recognize those special people. And we continue to send our condolences to the Ham-Smith family for the loss that they suffered in the community overall. Special thanks to Eric Tabor of Albany State University and particularly to Dwayne Walker once again. On behalf of all of us at HBCU Plus, Charles Ward saying thank you so much for watching. And this has been a presentation of HBCU Plus.